This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents Buffalo Bayou, a noir crime thriller. Written by Thomas Abrams. Performed by Jason Culp.
Based on the short story Tolerance that first appeared in Houston Noir by Akashic Books, 2019. Chapter 1. Girl in the Water. There was something about the rain in Houston that seemed to leave a film on everything. The more it rained, the slimier it got. And when it rained a lot, like it had this week, the city built on a swamp tended to flood. That storm named Harvey had shown the world what Houstonians had long known. Flooding made the slime break loose, made it impossible to ignore. It was 11:30 on a Thursday night. The bitter aftertaste of citalopram was caught in my teeth like a paste, so I sucked out the remnants with my tongue and licked my lips. I was up to 40 milligrams a day. At least, that's what my hookup told me it was. It didn't seem to make a difference. Nothing did. So I closed my eyes. The drum of thick, cold drops beating rhythmically on the roof of my '95 Chrysler urged me to sleep. I hadn't slept in a while. A knock on the window drew me from the trance. A young woman with short blonde hair and a tan trench coat pressed a badge against the glass. "Hey," she said, "you the new guy?" I cracked the window. "Yeah," I said, "unless there's more than one new guy." She swiped the rain from the window and motioned past the Chrysler with her head. "The body's down there. The sergeant's waiting on us." She backed away from the car, and I shouldered open the door. It creaked and hitched, but opened wide enough for me to climb out and onto the pavement. I slammed it shut with my hip, but didn't lock it. What was the point? The detective offered her hand. "I'm Mim Themis," she said. "Homicide. You can call me Mim." John Druitt. Mim smiled and led me from the parking lot across Allen Parkway to the aluminum statue of a kneeling figure called Tolerance that overlooked Buffalo Bayou. The milky light that glowed at its base cast an eerily judgmental form, so I looked away and trudged closer to the bayou's muddy edge. Mim slowed her pace, digging her heels into the mud for balance. "You were Vice before?" "Yeah, 5 years. Handled sex trafficking. Takes its toll." Mim chuckled. "So you moved to dead people?" My foot slid in the grassy mud, and I skated a couple of feet down the embankment. "Dead people don't feel anything," I said. She shot me a glance with a furrowed brow. Her thin lips curled upward, and her nose crinkled like she smelled something rotten. I'd seen that look before. It came from people who thought they had me figured out. She didn't, even if she thought she did. We descended the slope toward the coffee-colored bayou that snaked through downtown and Buffalo Bayou Park. I used the cuffs of my consignment shop blazer to wipe the droplets from the swell under my eyes. The rain gave the wool blend a sooty odor that lingered in my nose. "According to the sergeant, she was weighted down," Mim said, "but all this rain must have shook her loose. The bayou's up a good couple of feet." I ran my fingers through my hair and shook free the water. "Who found her?" "Jogger." "In this weather?" "Marathon's coming up in a week. People are obsessed." The closer we got to the bank of the bayou, the louder the rush of water. Above us was a split bridge called Rosemont. The steel and concrete spans crossed the water in a V shape and resembled a train trestle more than a pedestrian bridge. Under the bridge, within the confines of flapping yellow tape tied to a bridge piling and 2 young pine trees, was a hive of activity. A drenched rat of a man stood shivering off to one side. He had the narrow frame of a runner and the anxious disinterest of a man detained. Past him, on the sloppy bank of the rising water, was a trio of wetsuit-clad divers. One was bent over, his back heaving as he worked for air. Another was on his knees, next to the woman's body. The third stood watch, as did a half-dozen rubbernecking patrol officers. Dead bodies attracted flies. I stood there for a moment, lost in the rush of the bayou. It was hard not to listen to the gurgle and wash of a swollen bayou, and not wonder, in the muddy parts of my mind, if the water would ever stop rising. I had heard others voice the same fears over bitter coffee and undercooked migas. They huddled close to each other, leaning on the chipped laminate of late-night greasy spoon bar counters, and absently stirred their half and half and whispered about the rain as if it could hear them, while lightning flashed and the feeder roads filled with oily water. "I called the dive team on the way here," said Mim, shaking me from my thoughts. "Gets us a head start." The woman was on her back. Her dark hair covered her face. She was clothed in a torn pink dress that clung to her body in a way that would have been unflattering on a breathing woman. Mim planted her hands on her narrow hips and faced me. "So, I don't know if they told you this when you applied for the posting or when they interviewed you, but in homicide we split the duties. One takes the scene, the other takes witnesses. What do you want?" "Scene." "All right," she said. "I'll talk to the jogger." She slopped over to the thin man. A uniformed sergeant wearing a wrinkled vinyl poncho waved me to the body. Angry raindrops slapped the bayou with growing intensity. I stepped close to the sergeant. "You the new guy?" he asked. I knuckled water from the corners of my eyes and nodded. "New to homicide?" "Crime scene folks are on their way," he said. I thanked him and moved past him to the body. Her stomach was bloated under the dress in a way that made her appear pregnant almost. Her skin was grayish-green, and something had nibbled at her bottom lip and hanging tongue. The skin was loose at her fingers and on her feet. There was the beginning of a scar on her left shoulder, a small, partially healed burn in the shape of an X. There was a 2-foot length of orange rope tied around her right ankle. The rope was knotted at one end, torn and frayed at the other. Her neck was a different color than the rest of her mottled body, varying shades of purple, concentrated in a thick line that ran across her throat. I pulled a wet notepad from my coat pocket, made some rudimentary notes, and pressed myself to my feet. Mim stood behind me. "Not much from the jogger," she said. "We'll have to canvass the apartments across the bayou for witnesses or surveillance cameras." I wiped my nose with the back of my hand and looked at the dim outline of multi-story buildings through the curtain of rain. They stood watch over the bayou. A couple of the windows glowed yellow from the lights inside. Rich people living above the muck, warm and comfortable in their castles. They never flooded. They never waded against the current of rising water, holding their lives above their heads in trash bags. "She's a hooker," I told her. "Probably trafficked." Mim's eyes narrowed. "How do you know?" I pointed to the wound on her shoulder. "That's a brand. There's a group that runs a house off Whitechapel. It's industrial, and they have one of the buildings there. Maybe a block east of the Southwest Freeway. There's a cantina in front, girls in the back. All of them have those marks on their shoulders. We keep busting them, doesn't matter. They find a way. Like the bayous." She rolled her eyes. "Lucky SOB." A sharp breeze swirled around us, whistling against the frame of the bridge and sending a chill from my neck to my lower back. I shivered and pulled the soaked jacket collar against my neck. "How so?" I asked. "You call scene," she said, "and in 5 minutes you've got good information on who she was, who the perp might be, where we go for leads. It's almost like you handpicked it." "Almost." Mim's phone chirped against her hip. She wiped the screen with her thumb and answered the call. While she talked, I stepped back to the body and examined the rope at her foot. The knot was good. It was a bowline, the type of knot that held its shape and didn't shrink or expand. The other end, the frayed end, was ragged. It probably rubbed back and forth against something sharp until it gave way. The killer couldn't have anticipated that. The local weatherman hadn't accounted for 3 days of nonstop rain, the most since 4 feet had fallen in 4 days during Harvey. That storm was the stain you couldn't wipe clean. Mim slid the phone back onto her hip and crouched next to me. CSU pulled up. They'll start snapping pictures, taking videos. They'll do all the measuring. You think we need to expand the scene? I shook my head. Nah, she didn't drown. At least not here. She's got ligature marks on her neck. She was dumped upstream. The killer didn't think she'd break loose. We're not going to find anything here. I agree, Mim said. Good call. Once CSU is finished, they'll call the medical examiner. They'll send a team to finish up here. Then she'll go to the morgue. Then we get out of the rain? She chuckled. Something like that. Hey, she said, thumping me on my arm. Since it's your first case, you get to buy me coffee. Sure, I said. Coffee, beer, Jack, whatever you want. I like you already, Druid. Delete. My favorite key on the computer is delete. It erases my mistakes. There should be a delete key in life, something that helps hide from the rest of the world the things you've done but regret. Something that masks the errors with your real intent. I was holding down the key, racing the cursor back to the left side of the screen, when Mim sidled up to my desk. It was 3:30 in the morning on Friday. She toasted me with her cup of coffee, the styrofoam stained brown at its edges. You're not going to believe this. You need to go to Lake Charles and gamble, brother. Your luck is ridiculous. I'd been to Lake Charles. I'd gambled there. I'd lost. What? I'm almost finished with the We got somebody who knows our girl, she said. Says she saw her Monday night. I thought we weren't heading over to Whitechapel until after we have cause of death, I said. Then going there with a warrant. Don't want to blow our wad needlessly, right? Mim sat on the edge of my desk and drew a sip of the coffee. She was slurping what had to be her 4th cup. We didn't go. She came to us. What's her story? Mim set the coffee cup on my desk. Got picked up in a sweep. Had a scar on her arm. Mentioned Whitechapel to the arresting officer. Buddy of mine downstairs tipped me. I had her moved for a Q&A. I saved my unfinished report and followed Mim to the interview rooms. They were interior rooms on the same floor as our division. Each room had a table, 2 chairs with wheels, 1 chair with no wheels, and a whiteboard. Each room had audio and video recording equipment collected in a monitoring station where others could watch the interrogation. Mim walked with the confidence of a seasoned detective, one hand in her linen pocket. She dressed like a businesswoman more than a cop. Hard to believe she'd been in the rain. She had style, panache, Instagram-worthy, whatever the kids say these days. She led me along the 6th floor corridor to the woman, who waited for us in a small room with gray, foam-covered walls. She rocked back and forth in her chair. One knee bounced. She picked at her cuticles with her teeth. Her stringy brown hair looked wet, even though it probably wasn't. A faded tattoo of Betty Boop above her left shoulder blade. On her arm, there was a thick, X-shaped scar. I stood off to the side next to the whiteboard and let Mim start the conversation. She spun a chair around and straddled it, leaning on the back with her forearms. My name's Mim Themis, she said. This is my partner, John Druid. I heard your name is Annie. I also heard that you know about a girl who went missing, one of your friends. The woman stopped chewing on her finger, but kept it in her mouth. Her red-tinged eyes danced back and forth between the two of us, seemingly unable to focus on either. Her pupils were dilated. "You high?" I asked. The woman pulled her finger from her mouth and sat on her hands. She curled her lower lip between her teeth and bit down. Mim gave me a disapproving glance. I guess this wasn't how we were supposed to start. She softened her voice and tried to hold the woman's gaze. "You're not going to get in trouble. We really just need your help." "It's Spice, isn't it?" I asked. I could spot a synthetic marijuana user like nobody's business. She had jitters, paranoia, and sallow skin color. "You're using right now. I can see it." Mim leaned back from the table and glared at me. She swung her leg over the chair and motioned me into the corner of the room. Her jaw set, eyes wide with anger. She spoke through clenched teeth. "What are you doing? We've got a lead here, and you're intimidating her. You think she's gonna talk if she thinks we're gonna lock her up?" I looked past Mim to the woman. Her fingers raked through her greasy hair, then picked at a small black gauge on her right earlobe. She couldn't sit still. "Good cop, bad cop," I said. Always works. Mim raised an eyebrow. "I'm the good cop?" "Without a doubt." "I don't think that's what we're doing here." She shook her head and resumed her one-sided conversation with the woman. She offered useless niceties, promised her some cigarettes or coffee, Shipley's donut, or a hot... "Another hit, Annie. That help?" She glanced at me, checked with a frowning Mim, and looked back at me. She nodded. "No problem," I said. "You just need to help out Mim here. She thinks you might know something about the woman we found in the bayou last night." Annie stared at me, lips pursed. She was stuck in pause mode for a moment, fixated. Then she nodded. Mim pinched the bridge of her nose and squeezed her eyes shut. She sucked in a deep breath of air and exhaled. "Okay," she said begrudgingly. "You tell us what we need to know, and we'll see about getting you some of what you need. Deal?" She nodded, and Mim pulled the phone from her pocket. She unlocked the screen, tapped it a couple of times, and slid it across the table to Annie. Annie glanced at the phone and closed her eyes. Her body sagged in the chair. "Her name was Marianne," she said. Her voice didn't match her appearance. It was timid, almost sweetly apprehensive, the product of a life spent at the behest of others. "She was new." "New to what?" asked Mim. The girl shrugged. "Everything. Drugs, sex." "She was from Connecticut," Annie said. "New London. They brought her last week." "Who?" Annie glanced at me as if I could give her approval, as if I were the one holding sway over her. She bit on her cuticle, nibbling on the loose skin before working it free of her nail bed. I nodded. She looked back at Mim and ran her hand through her hair. She mumbled, "EastEnders." "The gang?" She lowered her head and tugged at the gauge. "They have places where they keep us." "Like Whitechapel?" She nodded. "How would she get out?" Mim asked. "I mean, if they put you in these places, they must keep an eye on you. How did you get out?" She tucked her hair behind her ear. "They keep some tied up, but most of us, they keep us high. You know, they give us stuff, for free, so we stay close." "What if you try to run?" Annie's eyes widened with horror. "Nobody does. They'd kill us. I've seen them kill girls. You know, give them too much stuff. OD them on purpose." Mim pressed. "Did Marianne try to run? How'd you know she was missing?" Annie glanced at me and then shook her head. She looked back at Mim, and her eyes widened again. This time it wasn't fear. It was recognition. Her head tilted to one side, and she shook a finger at me. "I think I know you," she said. "I've seen you." Mim swung her attention to me, her face squeezed into a quizzical look. She leaned back and folded her arms. "You know him?" she asked Annie. Annie narrowed her beady little eyes. "It's the hair and the eyes. I know I've seen you. On Whitechapel. You've been in there, drinking at the bar." She had probably seen me. Might have handed me a Jack and Coke, or given me more than that. Sex trafficking takes its toll. "Yeah," I said, unfazed by the accusation. "I've been in there. I worked trafficking for 5 years." "Drug trafficking?" Annie asked. "Human." Mim, apparently satisfied with my explanation, shifted in the chair and planted her elbows on the table. "How did you know Marianne was missing?" she asked. "I heard people talking," Annie said. "Nobody's seen her in a couple of days. They dropped her off. She got picked up by some dude in a beater. Never came back." "Did she run away?" Annie shrugged. "I don't really know. We work different spots. I'm Old Spanish Trail. She's 3rd Ward." "You think you could show us where in 3rd Ward she worked?" I asked. "What corners?" Mim nodded her approval. "That'd be great, Annie." Annie scratched Betty Boop above her shoulder. "You think I could get a bump? I'm coming down." "If I get you the bump," I asked, "you'll take me there? The spots where the East Enders drop off the girls?" Annie checked with Mim before nodding. "Sure, as long as nobody sees me in a cop car. I don't want nobody seeing me with no cops." "Not a problem," I said. Mim hopped up from her seat. "Can I talk to you?" She motioned me into the hallway. Annie sat in the room, picking at her cuticles. Mim stood close. She smelled like something earthy, green grass something. It was pleasant, but not overwhelming, subtle. "Couple of things," she said under her breath. "I can't sanction you giving her synthetic pot. I don't know what kind of crap you got away with in Vice, but that's not what we do here. She's already a shaky witness. You give her drugs, and she's toast. The DA will never let her testify." I stepped back. "What's the other thing?" "Why do you need her to show you where the East Enders drop the girls?" she asked. "You know these guys, right? Don't you already know the spots they control?" She was right. I did know. I knew where to find the girls and the boys run by Barrio Azteca, Sereños, Tango Blast, Mara Salvatrucha, Bloods and Crips. I knew their turf, their methods, the legit businesses that fronted their operations, their trafficking routes. And I knew the East Enders were rapidly growing, given the backing of a dominant Mexican cartel. I also knew that no matter how much we learned about all of them, how much actionable intelligence we gained, how many resources or informants we had, we were only scratching the surface. We'd flip on the light, stomp on a cockroach, and 50 more would scramble into the dark corners where we couldn't get them. It had only gotten worse since Harvey. Unlike Katrina, which had drained the Delta of its undesirables and sent them to Houston, Harvey had clogged the city with more homeless than it could handle. Shady contractors had descended on the neighborhoods, piled high with sheetrock, subflooring, and kitchen sinks. Instead of rebuilding homes, they'd spend their cash on women and drugs. The gangs, which we'd gotten better at tracking, had scattered. We'd lost our grip on informants. All of them together floated untethered and just out of our grasp. Some days, just when I thought maybe I was making a dent, I realized it was getting harder to leave a scratch. It got even worse during the pandemic. COVID-19 sent the crime rate skyrocketing. Murders went through the roof, at least 2 a day, maybe more. That was why I got moved to homicide. Too much workload, not enough detectives. I nodded at Demas and shrugged. It changes. Besides, it doesn't hurt to check it out, given we have somebody who knows the area. The East Enders are a focus for us right now. My lieutenant, a good guy, named Segura, you know him? She shook her head. It's a big department. Right, I said. So, Segura wants us to focus on the East Enders. Big initiative. This could help. Maybe there's new intel that could slow them down. Mim inhaled. She planted her tongue in her cheek, rolling it around while she considered it. All right, she said. You head over there with her. I'm gonna drive by Whitechapel. Kill two birds with one stone. We meet back here, and hopefully the ME gives us a positive ID. Then we get a warrant and hit the place. Got it. I'll meet you back here by sunup. They say it's always darkest before the dawn. I've got no clue who they is, but they're right. I'm guessing they've lived a life like mine, always fighting the glare of the light, seeking the shadowy quiet between midnight and the alarm clock. I've never been one for daylight. It offers too much promise. I learned a long time ago that hope is nothing but a sexy woman behind the glass. You stuff your credit card into the slot, the curtains peel back, and she smiles at you. But you're not looking at her face. And there's nothing but the promise of a big bill at the end of the month, with an interest rate you can't afford. It's a nasty cycle, the sun coming up every morning. I'd just as soon it stayed sunken low. It was 5:15 on Friday morning. That was what the clock on my Chrysler said. I couldn't be sure it was accurate. Didn't matter. The clouds had the streets darker than normal. Third Ward didn't get the attention the nicer parts of town got. Powers that be would never let the streetlights go out in Memorial or River Oaks. Hell, if a blade of grass was too long on Inwood Drive, the mayor himself would show up with a pair of scissors. But in the tray, as local rappers called it, a dead body wouldn't catch much glare, let alone a string of busted streetlights. Gentrification or not, Third Ward was still Third Ward. I had my window cranked down, enjoying the musty air and fine mist that had settled over the city. Annie tugged on her seatbelt, trying to get it to click. "Your car's old," she said, "and I think my belt's broken." I turned onto Elgin and headed southeast. I'll drive slowly, just focus on where we need to be. A shirtless man on a bicycle pedaled past us, riding the wrong way. His wheels were warped, and he had to work the handlebars to keep from tipping over. "Turn right up here," she said, "near the train." I tapped the brake and swung the wheel to turn onto Scott. We were parallel with the light rail tracks. I started to accelerate, but Annie told me to make a quick right onto Reeves. "This is one of the spots. They like us to stay close to the train." I slowed to a stop, flipped the car into park, and listened to the windshield wipers squeak back and forth, barely cleaning the glass of the water that had collected on it. There was nobody here. We were alone. I undid my seatbelt. "You sure? This is the spot?" Annie shifted in her seat, inching into the space between the seat and the door. She faced me. "Yeah, one of them." She was right. This was one of the spots. Reeves and Scott, Delano and Berry Streets, Milby and Tuam. "When do I get my hit?" she asked. "You can have it now," I said. "Check the glove box. I've got a couple of packets of potpourri in there. Take whatever you want." Annie's eyes lit up, and she fumbled for the latch at her knee. She plucked it open and leaned toward the opening. Her hands felt around for the drugs, but she pulled them back empty. I rolled up my window. "There's nothing there," she said. "Sorry, my bad. Check under the seat. Maybe I put them there." Annie reached between her legs, bending forward as far as she could. I turned on the radio. It was a static-riddled AM station playing jazz. Herb Geller, I think. His saxophone cried through the blown speakers. It was like the sax was drowning. Annie started to pull back from her search when I reached across the seat and placed my hand firmly on the back of her neck. She struggled, but my fingers slipped through the greasy tendrils of her mouse-brown hair. I wrapped them tightly and applied pressure, forcing her to stay down, while I used my other hand to manage an orange rope from underneath my seat and around her head. I pulled it tight around her throat and yanked her back toward me where I could watch her. Her eyes bulged, looking at me in a way that told me she either finally recognized me from the last time we'd been together, or she recognized her sad, pathetic life was ending. The pain was almost over. She kicked against the door, reached behind her head to grab at me with her fingers, the fingers she'd spent much of the night chewing. Annie was stronger than I'd figured. Her legs pushed, her arms flailed. There was a determination, a desire to live I didn't expect from a drug-addled hooker forced into the sex trade by bad men who kept her under their violent thumbs. For a split second, I considered letting go, letting her breathe. It crossed my mind I could give her a couple hundred from my wallet and put her on a Greyhound toward Oklahoma or Kansas. She could start clean. Who was I kidding? There was no such thing as clean. So I pulled harder on the rope. I closed my eyes and tugged. I gritted my teeth and tightened my grip. As I watched the life and color drain from her face, I promised her this was for the best. It was the same thing I'd told Mary Ann 4 nights earlier, and Liz a week before, and Kathy 2 months before that, and Jane. I couldn't remember how long ago I'd helped Jane. 6 months? 9? Annie's body shuddered and went limp, her head dropping onto my shoulder as the rattle left her lungs. I sat there for a moment and stroked her forehead. I told her about the things I'd done, the women I'd saved one way or another. I told her she wouldn't be the last. I couldn't let her be the last. There were too many to help, too many to set free. I told her how, in some ways, it had gotten easier with each of the girls. In some ways, it had gotten harder. I told her about how I'd first understood my calling when Harvey roiled under the doors and walls of my dank first-floor apartment off the South Loop. I was neck-deep before I escaped, ducking under the water, tasting the gasoline and motor oil, the dog crap and the grass clippings, as I'd swum through an open window and free of my home. I'd blown the air from my lungs and surfaced next to a flooded Ford F-150. As I'd risen from the water, the distant calls for help, the sounds of sirens, and the whoosh of cars driving the wrong way on the loop above filled the muggy air. The lights were out. It had been dark, the sky almost milky from the storm that would not go. Yet as I'd wiped the water from my eyes and spit it from my mouth, I could see clearly, for the first time in a very long time. The city needed this flood. It needed a cleansing, and after the waters were gone, it would need me. I found the task itself less daunting, more automatic. It ushered in less anxiety, but produced less of an artificial high. Mary Ann's salvation hadn't sustained me as long as Liz's. Liz's ascension wasn't as satisfying as Kathy's. Somehow, I'd built up a tolerance. I inched Annie off my shoulder, gently setting her upright in the passenger's seat, and reached into my jacket pocket. It was still damp, but the pill bottle inside it was sealed. I uncapped it, shook the last of my citalopram into my mouth, and chewed. On the radio, Geller's sax screeched through the broken tweeter, sweetly eulogizing the girl next to me. Outside, the clouds grew too heavy, and the rain started again. Chapter 2. Chapel in White. The wipers swept back and forth to the rhythm of the jazz on the radio. They were almost enough to make me forget the woman's body next to me. Adrenaline waned, and I felt the familiar cocktail of exhaustion and intensity that swam through me after a release. I say release because that's what it was. I freed Annie from what was hardly in existence, let alone a life. She was better off. I did her a favor. She, however, did me no favor, being dead in the passenger seat of my old Chrysler. I needed to dump her. I considered the best option for this, maybe another trip to the bayou, when the man on the damaged bicycle appeared in the dim fan of my headlights. He rode straight toward me, angling the wheel back and forth to keep himself on the right path. Had he circled around the block? From my coat pocket, I pulled a pair of disposable latex gloves and put them on both hands. I punched off the headlamps and reached under my driver's seat. From the floorboard, I retrieved a snub-nosed .38 and checked the cylinder. It was loaded. I ran through the scenario in my head. What would happen if I... Out of the car, I stuffed it into my waistband and moved around the front of the Chrysler. The man on the bike was a few feet from me when I waved him down and stuffed my hands into my pockets. "Hey man, I need some help." He rode past, not acknowledging me at first. Then he swung wide, looping back toward me, and took his feet from the pedals. He slowed to a stop. "What do you want?" "My girlfriend is passed out drunk. She's in the passenger seat and too heavy for me to carry. I want to get her into the back so she can sleep it off, you know?" The man offered a skeptical look. Even in the dark, his features obviously twisted. "You playing me? What kind of game is this?" "Seriously," I said, mustering as much of an earnest plea as I could. "I could use your help. I don't want to drop her." He glanced over my shoulder at the car and lifted his chin. He motioned toward the front passenger seat. "She really your girlfriend?" "What's your name?" "Lewis." "Lewis, I'm John. Her name's Annie. She's a great girl, but sometimes drinks too much, you know? I'm trying to get her help." Lewis nodded as if he bought what I was selling, but he hesitated and put a foot on a pedal. "I'll pay you," I offered, hoping to beat back any remaining apprehension. "Pay me?" I produced a 20 and handed it to him. He turned it over in his hand and shrugged. "Okay then," he said. "Let's do this." Lewis dismounted from the bicycle and laid it on its side on the street. He used incredible care as he did this, as if putting a baby into a crib. Passenger door. He rubbed his hands together and moved toward the driver's side door. I stepped next to Lewis and opened the door, blocking his view of the corpse. "I'm going to reach in here and get her out of her twisted seatbelt," I said. "Then if you could get her under the arms, I'll get her feet. Sound good?" "Okay by me." The dead weight was heavy, but I managed to move her enough so it wasn't obvious to the man he'd be helping unload a body. It was dark enough outside. He wouldn't see the striations on her neck once she was outside the glow of the car's dome light. We maneuvered around each other. He got Annie under the arms and heaved. "Man, she's out cold," he said. "You've no idea." "All right," I said. "Back up until I can get her legs. We'll swing around and put her in the back." Lewis took 2 steps backward, and I moved into position. With both hands, I grabbed Annie by the ankles and pushed forward. He huffed. "What's with the gloves?" We were clear of the car. I let go of Annie. Her body dropped, and the shift in weight tripped the man. He fell back, her on top of him. Grunting, he struggled, calling for help. My hand drew the pistol. I stepped forward, stood over him, and plugged him with 3 quick shots to the face. After the echoes of the shots faded, I bent beside the bodies, sidestepping the expanding pool of blood, and put the gun in Annie's hand. It took a moment to get her index finger through the trigger guard. Then I aimed the gun away from me and helped her pull the trigger again. The shot echoed. A dog barked. It was a deep, angry bark, the kind that bellowed from a Rottweiler or a pit bull. It took me a minute to drag her body from the street and into the dirt of a vacant lot. Lewis's body stayed in the street. No need to move him. It wasn't a perfect crime scene. Lots of questions about how Annie would have shot Lewis in the face 3 times and been strangled. But the weapon was untraceable. She was a drug-addicted prostitute, and Lewis, hell, who knew about Lewis, or whatever his name actually was? The dude drove a mangled bike he treated like a Ferrari. Put it in 3rd Ward and there'd be no worry it would get the kind of attention it deserved. I'm no Dexter, but this would do. Or would it? Too many problems with this scenario. I slipped my throwdown under the seat and peeled off the gloves. The man rode past me on his bike. Its gears squeaked loud enough to hear over the idle of the Chrysler. He didn't even seem to notice me, or the dead body in the passenger seat when he pedaled past. Behind the wheel of the Chrysler, the radio played Glenn Miller. It wasn't Chattanooga Choo Choo, but the trombone sang, and it drew me back into the moment. The man had woven his bike around the corner and out of sight, never aware of what might have been, but I was too smart for that. As nihilistic as I was, I didn't have a death wish of my own, and I almost never killed someone for the sport of it. I was always justified. The women I'd released, every last one of them, would have thanked me if they could have. What I'd given them was a gift. "You're welcome," I said to Annie, and cranked the Chrysler into gear. With one hand, I spun the wheel and made a U-turn. Nothing in any of the mirrors. No worries except what to do with the body. My partner would have questions. I needed answers, plausible answers. A block from the scene, I flipped out my phone and dialed my partner, Mim. She answered on the 3rd ring. Did she help? No greeting, just the facts, man. I don't know. Irritation crept into her voice. I could almost see the crease along her forehead. What do you mean? She asked. I never got the chance to ask her anything. I pulled off the freeway. We were at a light. Before I knew it, she was out of the car and gone. She cursed. You're kidding me. How did that happen? Did you look for her? Should we put out a call? That's a lot of questions, partner. In order, no, I'm not kidding. She opened the door and got out. Yes, for the last half hour, driving in circles, nothing. And no, I don't think so. Remember, her showing me around was a bonus. We already got what we needed from her. Where are you? I don't like this, she said. I wasn't 100% on board with your field trip. You know how much paperwork I'm going to have to do because of this? I'll do the paperwork, I offered. It's my fault. I'll take the heat if there's any. There will be heat. Where are you? Whitechapel. By yourself? Yes. My partner is busy losing witnesses, and I told you I would check it out. So? So I haven't lost anything. Haven't found anything either. I'll meet you over there. You know where? Yeah. See you in 5. Don't get lost, she said and hung up. I was good for the moment. A step ahead. Always a step ahead. Just had to find a place to dump the body. I had options. The city... Mim climbed into the passenger seat and slammed the door closed behind her. It was a heavy door, and she grunted as she yanked. Jesus.
Come on.
She said.
There we go.
The windows leak. She pivoted in the seat, back against the door, sitting like Annie did in the minutes before I released her. She gestured to the dash with a wave of her hand. Why do you drive this? The department not give vice cops unmarked units? They do, but I like this car. It has a lot of history. There's no departmental policy against driving my own car anymore. Budget cuts, you know. And I still get the free gas, so... So, you need a new car. I'll take that under consideration. She smirked and pointed toward a building a block up the street. That's it, right? That's one of them. The East Enders control everything you see right now. Probably at least a square mile in this part of the city. The territory's getting bigger. Warehouses, convenience stores, cantinas, massage parlors. If they don't own them, they run them. And our Vic got crossways, so they offed her. Our victim either did something her pimp didn't like, or she didn't do something they liked. Like Annie said, they run a tight ship. Doesn't it seem weird, though? Mim said without elaborating. What? She said if a girl went off the reservation, they'd pump her full of drugs. Overdose her. On what? Fentanyl? Oxy? They didn't do that with the Vic. What was her name? She thumbed through a notebook on her lap. Her finger traced the scrawl. Marianne, she said. Marianne didn't die from a drug overdose. I mean, at first glance, it doesn't look like that. Ligature marks, remember? I remembered. Mim was riffing. Cops did that when they're brainstorming. They'd piece out the evidence, what fits and what doesn't. I didn't interrupt her. That doesn't fit the MO, right? Something's off, right? And that might explain why Annie ran from you. She knew more than she wanted to say. Help, Marianne might not even be the Vic's name. She flipped to a new page and scribbled something I couldn't read from my seat. Her lips moved as she wrote, like she was sounding out the words as she put them to paper. There was an intensity to Mim that was both attractive and off-putting. I say attractive. I wasn't interested in her. She wasn't my type. Not that I had a type, but she wasn't it. There was something exotic about her appearance. I couldn't put a finger on it. Nonetheless, I found it hard not to stare at her. She noticed. What? I played dumb. What? You're staring at me like I have a third eye. Do I have a booger or something? No, not now. She smirked. Then what is it? Nothing, I said. I was thinking, not really looking at you. Her features flattened. She seemed disappointed. Oh, what about? The case, running through the things you laid out. You make sense. I mean, about the ligature marks and all. Tell me again, why are we here? We're here because you lost our best lead and because we have nothing else to do until the ME finishes the autopsy. Did you want to attend the autopsy? I asked. She shook her head. Not if I can help it. No probative evidence in this case. Tell me something. Why the East Enders? What do you mean? Why them? Why not any of the other gangs? You told me the East Enders were a focus of the unit. that Segura has a hard-on for them. Why? They're up and coming. They're taking turf from other gangs. I think the idea is to contain them before... I don't know. I'm not the one in charge. I'm a foot soldier. I help the cause, follow orders, work my sources, keep my head down. That sort of thing. Mim looked straight ahead, processing. She nodded. Okay. So, what do you expect to find here? I mean, we're on a stakeout with no... She put her hand on my leg and shushed me. Druid, take a look. She motioned toward the street, 2 blocks in front of us. A couple exited a building. A metal door slammed open and bounced off the facade. His hand was wrapped around her upper arm like a cuff. You recognize him? He was short, compact, a lot of muscle, but a gut to go with it, like an out-of-shape prize fighter. His black hair was short, buzzed around his wide head. A tight blue polo shirt was tucked into baggy jeans. Tattoos sleeved his arms, but I couldn't see his face. He could have been any number of countless East Ender gangbangers. I don't think... What about the girl? Do you recognize her? I sighed and gestured toward them where they stood on the curb. He turned to face her and gripped both of her arms. Even their profiles weren't enough. It's not like I know everyone in this world, I said. There are hundreds of... Mim interrupted me again. Are you seeing this? She was amped, leaning forward on her seat, as though she might leap through the windshield. Her palm slapped the dash. I was paying attention to her and her energy, so I didn't notice the man slap the girl. That's assault, she said. Do we take him in? We've got cause. Both of us witnessed that hit. I didn't see it, I said, and I don't think we should... But then I did. He slapped her again, hard. It knocked the girl off balance, and she might have fallen to the curb if the man wasn't holding on to her. She flailed and twisted, but he jerked her like a dog on a leash and brought her upright. Mim opened the door. That's it, I'm going in. Back me up. Before I turned off the car and pulled the keys from the ignition, she was halfway to the couple. Gun drawn, she approached with precision. Police, she shouted. I'm Detective Mim Themis. Back away from the woman. Hands up where I can see them. Move slowly, hands up, palms facing me. A few steps behind Mim, I had my weapon drawn. Sig Sauer P226. HPD didn't provide weapons to its officers. We bought our own. I liked my SIG. Extended barrel, better accuracy. Mim carried a Glock, which she had aimed at the man's chest. It was the widest part of the body and the best target. I approached at an angle, creating a more difficult situation for the perp. He couldn't handle both of us at once. The closer I got, the more horizontal distance I put between Mim and me. That put him in a tough position. The man said nothing. He took his hands off the woman, who, as I got closer, appeared more like a child. Was she even a teenager yet? He backed away from her and raised his hands. Mim approached to within a few feet and stopped. She was behind the door and out of his reach. Now, she said, clearly you speak English. Is that right? The suspect was expressionless. He stole a glance at me, but then focused on Mim. I didn't recognize him, nor did I know the girl. What do you want? He asked. Why are you hassling me? His English was good, if not heavily accented. Was he Mexican? I didn't think so. More likely El Salvadoran. Yes, El Salvador. I noticed a tattoo on his left wrist. 2 blue bars, separated with a triangle between them. The El Salvadoran flag. You're under arrest for assault, she said. I want you to get on your knees, keeping your hands up. Then slowly get onto your stomach and bring your hands around to your back. Do you understand these instructions? He shot the girl a look that carried deadly weight. Then he nodded. I understand. He dropped to one knee, then the other. As instructed, he got onto his stomach and then brought his hands around to his back, where he clasped them. Good, she said. Do you have any weapons? He snarled. Why don't you find out? You don't want me to find it, she said. That would be very bad for you. Anything could happen. My finger could slip. I could... Be still. Inside my shirt. I'm lying on it. Mim looked over to me. Can you cuff him? I nodded and moved in. I holstered my weapon, unhooked my cuffs, and ratcheted them onto his wrists. Hey, man, he whined. That's too tight. With my hand on the short chain between the cuffs, I pulled. Get up. This applied pressure to his shoulders and upper arms. He winced and complained, but he got to his feet. I searched him and found the gun, and a knife, and 2 bags of a brown substance, a 3rd bag of light blue pills. You want me to take him to the car? Please, Mim said. I want to talk to her. Mim referenced the girl and took a step toward her. The girl recoiled and looked worriedly at the man in custody. He clucked his tongue. You don't say nothing, mija, he said. I jerked the cuffs, eliciting a pained grunt, and led him toward the Chrysler. I leaned him against the hood of the car and searched him again. This time it bore no fruit. When I opened the back seat and shoved him inside, he grunted again. This car's a piece of crap. What's that smell? I ignored the slight, pushed the lock, and slammed the door shut. Mim had her weapon holstered. She stood close to the girl and appeared to be comforting her. When I approached, Mim held up a hand to keep me back. I obeyed my partner and faced the door from which the man and girl had emerged minutes earlier. The building was brick and stretched for almost a block. It had a low, flat roof and damaged or missing gutters running the length of it along the front. Electric meters were spaced every 100 feet or so. The doors were all nondescript and battleship gray. They bore reflective numbers, but no other identifiers. Most had padlocks, keeping them secure. I turned back to eye the suspect in the car. Hoped he wouldn't take a leak or intentionally vomit in the back seat, or worse, the front seat, when I heard a loud bang behind me. Instinctually, I drew my weapon. I pivoted, finger on the trigger, and positioned myself to open fire. A large man, at least 6 feet tall and 3 feet wide, stood at the threshold. He filled the space with his enormous frame. His neck was the size of my thighs, both of them, and his knuckles were like my kneecaps. He squinted at the daylight and took 2 steps toward me with his hands out in front of him. I knew him. Not personally, but by reputation. He was known as the Giant. Not creative, but totally accurate. The Giant was at the very top of the EastEnders food chain. Hey, man, he said in a voice that sounded like a jazz musician. Don't point that at me. I ain't done nothing wrong. I didn't lower the weapon. Mim now had hers drawn. She stood between the door and the girl, shielding her. You need to go back inside, I said. This has nothing to do with you. A wide grin spread across his broad face. Even his teeth were large. Hey, he said melodically, if that's my niece you got there, it has everything to do with me. Mim tensed. Niece? The Giant kept his hands in front of him and spoke with a reassuring, Giant kept his hands in front of him and spoke with a reassuring, non-threatening tone. His shirt hiked up when he shrugged, revealing a long scar that ran along one side of his abdomen. Yeah, he said. She's my niece. I'm her uncle. Her mother's my sister. Is something going on? Did she do something wrong? She didn't do anything wrong, Mim said. We're just asking her questions. I can answer any questions you have, the man said. Any at all. Mim shook her head. She looked at the girl and said something in Spanish. The girl replied. Mim's features tightened, and she spoke with urgency. The girl shook her head. I didn't need to understand the conversation to know what was happening. The giant motioned the girl toward him and put his bear-sized paw around her narrow shoulders. See, he said, I told you it was my business. Without saying another word, he ushered the girl into the building and backed across the threshold. The door slammed shut behind him. A series of clicks told us the door was locked. From behind the door, the giant laughed. Mim stared at me, dumbfounded, as if she couldn't believe what had happened. She holstered her Glock and walked over to me. She planted her hands on her hips. What the hell just happened? That was the giant, I said. He's an East Ender. Actually, he's the East Ender. What did the girl say? At first, nothing. She just whimpered. Then right when she was about to open up, the giant showed up. Then she tells me he's her uncle, and she's 18 years old, and nothing happened. I glanced back to my car. Should we let him go? She started toward the car. No, she said. He doesn't know what just happened. Let's take him in. Ask him some questions. Maybe he knows something. If she won't testify, and I'm guessing she won't, what's the point? The point is the punk in the car may know something about our girl in the water, she said. By the way, Whitechapel is the most misleading name for this place. Never been here before? Plenty, she said. A few times a year, but I think it every time I come here. A Whitechapel makes me think of goodness, piety, that sort of crap. This here's nothing like that. We got closer to the car, and I jerked a thumb over my shoulder. Back there, you were speaking Spanish. When did you learn it? Take it in college or something? She laughed. No, I'm a native speaker. I laughed. Really? Mim Themis? That doesn't sound Hispanic or Latin. Themis is Greek, father's side. Mother is Mexican. My full name is Miriam. Mim for short. I was born and raised in the valley. You don't look Hispanic, I said. She stopped and waved her arms out to the sides, like a magician about to take a bow. This, she said, is what Hispanic looks like, John Druitt. Sorry, I said, taking the hint. Didn't mean to offend you. You couldn't offend me if you tried. She had no idea. We stood outside the interview room on the 6th floor. Mim held the perp's ID in her hand. It looks legit, she said, even though it's fake. Not that I thought his name was Delbert Franklin, anyhow. We're running his prints through IAFIS. Hopefully something pops. In the meantime, we shake him for what he knows. Okay. You take the lead, she said. I did the last one. I want to see how you handle it. Okay. That's it? She asked. Okay. Saving my words for the interview, I said, pushed open the door and motioned for her to go first. Delbert sat alone. His eyes closed, mouth agape. He appeared asleep. I kicked his chair, the one without the wheels. Hey, wake up. Delbert sat up and blinked. He smacked his lips and sniffed. I sat across from him and set a thick, unlabeled folder in front of me. Delbert, is it? He looked puzzled for an instant and then nodded. I want my lawyer. We'll get to that, I said. First, I want to introduce my partner, Mim Themis. You've met. I know who you are. Heat flushed my face. I didn't turn around, but I felt Mim's eyes on me. Trying to hide my surprise, I said, Of course you do. I'm John Druitt, and I've worked your neighborhood for years. I was in another department before I worked homicide. Tables turned. Surprise flashed on Delbert's face. Homicide? I didn't kill nobody. I let his denial hang in the air. let him stew for a minute. "Who said anything about you killing someone?" I asked. "Your homicide. Why would you be asking me questions unless I killed somebody? I didn't do nothing. I won my lawyer. I got rights." "Are you a citizen, Delbert? Delbert? Because if not, I let that hang too. Didn't finish my sentence. Truth was, the Fifth Amendment applied to anyone in the U.S., not just citizens. But bringing his immigration status into the conversation put him farther back on his heels. "What do you want?" "Just a few questions," I said. "Maybe you have answers, maybe you don't." "I don't think he knows anything," Mim interjected. "He's a grunt, doesn't have any power, does whatever the giant tells him." Then she spoke in Spanish. I didn't know what she said, but fear spread across Delbert's face. He swallowed hard, and his Adam's apple bobbed in his throat. His eyes darted around the room, like he searched for an answer that wasn't there. Mim put a hand on my shoulder. "Show him the picture." I opened the folder, produced a photograph of Mary Ann's dead body, spun it around and slid it to Delbert. He looked at Mim, then me, then the picture. "You recognize her?" I asked. He studied the photograph. His eyebrows twitched, and he twisted the corners of his mouth. After a long minute, he looked up. "I won my lawyer." A knock at the door interrupted us, and Mim opened it. She took a small stack of papers from somebody, glanced at it, then handed it to me. "That was fast," she said. "It normally takes a half hour in criminal cases." "What's that?" Delbert asked. His eyes darted among the papers, Mim, and me. I didn't answer him. It was a printout from the IAFIS analysis. The biometric data from the feds compared the prints we sent them to the 59 million criminal history records and more than 200 million criminal arrests. The first page was a screen capture. At the top, it read Exhibit Data. A single large fingerprint dominated the page. Along certain aspects of the print, green and red lines indicated unique characteristics. Another page offered the same analysis of a different finger. A third page displayed the fingerprint minutia viewer data. And the last page gave us the name of the man sitting across from us, along with his lengthy criminal record. I looked up from the papers and eyed our suspect, Ruben Esparza. His street name was Soda. His past crimes included several counts of assault, possession, failures to appear, and possession of a weapon by a known felon. "That's fine," I said. "We'll get your lawyer. Be careful what you wish for, Ruben." Worry spread across his face, a shift in posture. I pushed back my chair, pulled the photograph from in front of him, and slid it back into the folder, which I closed as I stood. Wait, Ruben said. "Hold up. We're not playing games, Ruben," I said. "Or is it Soda? You know, we recommend charges on this, and you spend a long time back inside." "I'm not playing games," he said. "What do you want?" Mim stepped forward and stood next to me. "Did you not think we'd find out who you are?" Then she said something else in Spanish I didn't understand. Ruben responded in kind. A lengthy response, a monologue in which I picked out a few words here and there, but nothing I could piece together. Then he jutted his chin toward me, and Mim shook her head. She took a step back from me and asked Ruben another question. Color drained from her face with his answer. When they finished, Mim took me by the arm and led me from the room. In the hallway, she backed me against a wall. Despite being a good 6 inches or more shorter than me, she loomed. "What the hell is going on?" she asked. "What do you mean?" "Ruben says he knows you. A lot of them recognize me. I told you, I worked cases there. I'm familiar." She shook her head. "There's more than that." "What?" "Ruben said he doesn't want to talk because he thinks we're framing him for Mary Ann's death," she said. "He said we're playing games with him, and trying to get him to admit to something he had nothing to do with. But he knew her? Yes. Then he could point to who was with her last. He did. Well, that's great. What name did he give you? I couldn't understand with all the Spanish and... Yours. My what? He gave me your name. He said you were the last person he saw with Marianne. Chapter 3. Fly in the Ointment. I don't believe in coincidence. Sorry. That's my thing. Mim Themis glared at me, hands on hips, her brow furrowed with something between confusion and frustration. I don't believe lifelong felons, I replied. Sorry, that's my thing. What are you saying? You're interrogating me like I've done something wrong. I'm your partner, Mim. You've been my partner for a minute and a half, John. I don't know you, what makes you tick, why you really switched over to homicide, anything. How can I trust what you're telling me? I don't know anything about you either, I said. I give you the benefit of the doubt because we wear the same badge. We're part of the same family. Look, John, she said, it's not only what he's saying in there, it's that you recognize the tattoo on Marianne's dead body. Then you've had a run-in with Annie, who gets away from you. Then this. Some random East Ender says he last saw you with the dead girl, Marianne. It's too coincidental. And like I said, you don't believe in coincidences. Exactly. I held out my hands, wrists together. So what do you want to do? Arrest me? Charge me with murder? The tension in her body eased. Stop being stupid. Am I being stupid? I'm sorry, but this whole thing doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense? A woman caught up in the trade ends up dead? The people in her orbit don't talk or they dance around the edges? Isn't that normal for homicides? Mim chewed her lip. Her eyes searched the floor. Yeah, I guess. But I just have this gut feeling something isn't right about it. It's not as cut and dry as it should be. Her phone buzzed on her hip. She plucked it from the clip and answered the call. Themis. She closed her eyes as the caller spoke. After a moment, she said, Yeah, that's right. Another moment, and Mim looked at me with concern. Something was up. She held my gaze as she spoke. We're in an interview right now. You going to be there a while? The caller answered her. She hung up. That was Rubenstein. Who's that? I asked. Another homicide detective. He and his partner got called to a scene. Where? 3rd Ward. And? They think it's Annie. Annie? Yeah. They recognized her from our interview. Saw her with us last night. Then they pulled up to the scene and recognized her. At least they're pretty sure. How is that possible? I asked. I just saw her. She was with me less than 3 hours ago. I was going to ask you the same thing, partner. I wasn't born a nihilist. Nobody is. At least I don't think anybody is. Kids are hopeful, at least at first, right? But a rough childhood changes things. It takes hope, crushes it under a boot heel, and runs it over with a cement truck. Then it sets fire to whatever's left and burns it to ashes before sweeping it into oblivion. If that sounds like too much, like hyperbole, it's not. That's how it felt. How it feels. Truth is, some people rise above it. They manage to piece it back together and find hope again. They forge it out of the shards or ashes and build a whole new raison d'etre. I've read about them. The homeless orphan who lands at Harvard, or the foster kid who starts his own business and makes billions, or the daughter of an abusive drug addict who becomes an advocate for change. Good for them. I didn't go to Harvard or start a business. I sure as hell was never an advocate, not really. I did manage an online college degree while I eked out a living delivering food or taxiing drunk college kids from one party to the next. The digital economy made it possible for me to drag myself out of the muck. But existing is not hope. In fact, I believe the two are mutually exclusive. Merely existing carries with it the complete absence of hope. I ended up as a cop by pure happenstance. It wasn't anything to which I aspired. Twice I stopped some bad guys from doing bad things to my rideshare fares. Once it made the news. Somebody suggested I try being a cop, so I did. And then an idea sparked. Something dark. I can't say exactly when I had the epiphany, the moment when it became clear. If life has no meaning, death could. Death could be the purpose of life. My purpose. I could help the most hopeless among us and free them. Release them from the surly bonds of this bleak world, rampant with selfishness, excess, and polarizing anger. Maybe it was in the back of a cantina, behind a false wall where I saw young girls doing adult things chained to soiled beds. Maybe it was the time on Bissonnette, when a girl approached my Chrysler and offered to do things I had to look up on Urban Dictionary. Maybe it was when the father of a trafficking survivor begged me for justice. The raw mixture of anger and sadness in his broken English stuck with me. His red face and glistening eyes haunted me for a long time. It crystallized that nugget of inspiration I'd had when I joined the force. The job itself wasn't the purpose. It wasn't the end game. I'll get to that in a minute. Whatever the motivation, I found my purpose, or it found me. How many were there? 7? 10? I used to be able to call them out by name, every one of them. Not anymore. Only a few float to the surface, the memorable ones. It was happenstance I got moved into homicide. The city's crime rate skyrocketed during the pandemic a few years back. It wasn't just Houston. Everywhere saw an increase. A teetering economy and unstable employment does that. All over the country, politicians postured. Chiefs and sheriffs promised action. And then it happened. The feds gave money to cities to fight crime. This time, they could not use it on militarizing their force. They had to use it for specific purposes. Mental health officers, community engagement liaisons, and more detectives to work on the back end, to clear crimes and clean up the streets. The theory was that a small percentage of people committed the vast majority of violent crime. Some estimates were that 1% of the population was responsible for 63% of violence. Typically, they were men who started doing crime at a young age and kept at it. Guess they subscribed to that 10,000-hour rule. Takes 10,000 hours to master anything, even crime. Anyhow, the city invested in communities and making people feel like it was really doing something. Clearance rates were key. So, promote from within. Trickle-up theory, I guess. Anyhow, my old lieutenant, a good guy named Segura, called me in one day. We were on the 11th floor, part of Special Crimes. He was behind his desk. Thing was stacked high with folders. Computer was old. Barely any room to sit or move. Said he liked it that way. Said it made the place uninviting and discouraged ambitious newbies from hassling him. Segura gestured for me to sit and twirled a pencil between his lips. A pencil? Dude was definitely old school. Straight out of Serpico. That kind of old school. We talked about the job, our efforts together. His plan, my execution. When the conversation lagged, he bit down on the pencil. He hesitated and wagged it at me. Asked me what I was reading. He knew I liked books. I had 2 pieces of paper in my hand. I crumpled them into a ball and stuffed it into my pocket. Segura shook his head. "Here," he said. "Give that to me. I'll throw it out. No need for you to walk around with trash in your pocket." I handed it to him. The Stranger. Isn't that a Billy Joel album? I shook my head. Book by Camus, French philosopher. Segura's expression flattened. No interest. He leaned back. His chair squeaked, and he talked around the pencil. "What about music? You're a jazz guy, right?" "When I'm in the mood." Segura bit the ferrule and rocked in his chair. He put a hand on the desk and appeared to search for something specific. "Why'd you call me in here? Not to talk music or books, right?" He pulled the pencil from his mouth and flipped it over, aiming the eraser at me with a bounce. A grin spread across his wizened face. He didn't smoke now. Nicotine patch on his right arm for months. But years of it made Segura look 15 years older than his already late middle-aged complexion. "This is a little uncomfortable," he said. "I know we've done a lot of good work together." A deep frown creased his face, and the bayous of wrinkles across his forehead deepened like the tax day flood back in 2016. I remembered that expression. It unnerved me. It takes a lot to unnerve me. You work sex crimes long enough and you go numb. So, when my lieutenant, a guy who hates small talk so much he's turned his office into a hoarder's wet dream, wants to talk. Had I left clues? Was there surveillance video? Had someone snitched? Was I going to take the fall? Was Segura going to drop me in the grease? Somebody must have snitched. The world was full of rats, looking for a dry spot in the rain. I did my best to hide the nerves. "You're a good detective," he said. "You read between the lines. That's why I like you. That and a bunch of other things, right? And it's why I want to get rid of you." Heat flushed my face. A bolt of electricity shot to my extremities. Cold sweat bloomed at my neck and the small of my back. I sat forward. "Why?" "They've noticed things about you, Druid. Things that are hard to ignore." I swallowed hard. My hands wrapped around the worn arms of the sagging chair across from him. His eyes caught mine for a second and then flitted away. I checked over my shoulder at the door to his office, half expecting to find 2 uniforms with cuffs, or the chief. He was recording me. He had to be. For the record and all that. Segura was the rat. "This comes straight from the chief, mind you, if I had it my way." The chief? I was screwed. They knew. That's what I thought. And Segura did nothing to protect me, to vouch for what a good, solid cop I was. My mind reeled. I didn't hear the rest of his long explanation. Didn't tune in again until I heard him say homicide. "What do you mean homicide?" I asked. Segura's frown stretched, his brow furrowed. "I thought I was pretty clear. You're moving to homicide, effective immediately. You'll get a couple of days before you're at the top of the rotation. Even have a new partner lined up for you. Good one. Name is Themis. She's talented, suspicious of everybody. Like you, you'll love her. Again, this isn't me. It's the commander and the chief. I fought to keep you here." She? A woman detective? The news was worse than getting bagged. I'd have rather been in a hole in the ground, or tied to the chair in Huntsville, than work with a woman cop. They're too intuitive. They sense things men don't. "I don't want the transfer," I said. Segura leaned back again. His chair creaked, and he spun the pencil across his lower lip. "You don't have a choice, brother. Like I said, this is the chief's call. Commander's on board too. They're taking men and women off patrol and bumping people up along the way. It's their new community-centered policing approach." He made quotation marks with his fingers and shook his head. "Maybe if you can get people to stop killing each other, then you could come back here. Lord knows we'll always be busy." Okay. I didn't know what else to say. He tried to ease the tension, make me feel better. Told me we could still work together. Homicide was only 5 floors away. We chatted some more. Talked about the work still to do in a city falling apart. When we were finished, he stood and offered a fist bump. "Hey," he said, "the good thing is that dead people don't feel anything. Am I right? I bumped his fist with mine, cleaned out my desk, and moved to a cramped spot in homicide. Then I called in sick the next 2 days, took care of some business, and showed up at the bayou when I got the call. Next thing I know, I'm getting the side-eye from my partner. In that moment, standing in the hallway, I knew this wouldn't end well. Not for me, not for her. Mim drove to the scene. I wanted to take separate cars. She was insistent. It wasn't worth making it a federal case. I gave in and buckled into the passenger seat of her dark blue sedan. She drove with one hand on the wheel and the other on the center armrest. She had her elbow far enough over that she intruded on my space, closed me in a little. It was on purpose. The heat was on, too, literally. No AC, despite the humidity outside. Mim had the heat on. I felt it in my nostrils, the dry, hot air. "Could you turn on the air?" I asked. She pressed the accelerator, and the sedan jerked forward along the interstate. The digital speedometer read 70. "Or maybe drive a little slower? What's the hurry?" Mim hadn't said a word since we'd gotten into the car. Really, since we'd left the station. Now she eyed me with a glare that said I'd better come clean. "You need to start talking, John," she said. "I told you, I don't believe in coincidences. You seem to be crapping them out of your..." I raised my hands in surrender. "Hold up, Mim. First of all, I told you to call me Druid. Only my mother called me John. I don't like it. Second, you need to turn down the heat and take your foot off the accelerator." She kept her gaze on me. "Why should I do that?" I gestured to the road ahead. "Because you're about to slam into the back of a truck." Mim hesitated, but then saw the tailgate of a large dually and its bright red taillights closing fast. She locked her elbows and slammed on the brakes. The tires squealed, and the anti-lock kicked in a little late, but she stopped in time, barely. She cursed aloud and exhaled. "That was too close. Sorry about that." I smiled. "An apology? That's a first in our relationship?" Her expression soured. "Too soon. You're not off the hook." We sat in traffic, puttering toward the murder scene for the next 20 minutes. More than once, I was tempted to suggest an alternate route, but she hadn't told me where Annie's body was found, so offering any shortcuts would have been a dead giveaway. I wasn't that stupid. Or maybe I was. "I need to know more about you, Druid," she said. At least she was back to my last name. "I don't trust easily, and you're off to a rocky start." "I can't help the circumstances around me," I said. "Mary Ann was my first case, right? We got that call randomly. Total coincidence that I recognize the brand, except that it's not a coincidence." What does that mean? I worked sex crimes and specifically dealt with trafficking. I was part of a task force. For a while, I was embedded in that life. It would be crazy if we came across a dead girl who had that brand and I didn't recognize it. Okay, she said. But then the random perp at Whitechapel? He knew you. Said you were the last one with Marianne. The traffic eased, and she accelerated. As she pressed the gas, Mim lowered the heat and turned on the AC. And like I said in the room, you're going to believe him? He had a fake ID. He's a woman-beating felon. He'll say whatever he has to say to walk. I can't even believe this, to be honest. You're accusing me, a decorated cop, of what? Murder? Mim changed lanes and sped up. She gestured toward the road ahead. What about Annie? You were the last one to see her too, right? We don't know that, I said. Where are we even going? I had to be careful. If I laughed her off, I'd seem too nonchalant or condescending. Both of those would make her more suspicious. If I was too defensive or got angry, same result. I had to play it right down the middle. She ignored the question. Look, Druid, I don't know what I'm saying here. And I get it if you're put off. But something about all of this doesn't sit right with me. I've been a cop for a long time, and so have I. And, she stressed, I always trust my gut. Something in my gut tells me you fit into this somehow. If that's the case, I said, why are you telling me? Why aren't you talking to the lieutenant or assistant chief? Why aren't you working a case on me? Because I don't want to think my partner is up to no good, she said. Look, I'm not saying you killed someone, okay? That's a bridge too far. But you're holding back on me, and I'm hopeful that if I tell you what's what on my end, you'll do the same. It was an interesting play. I respected that. Didn't like it, but had to give her props. Okay, I said. Fess up. She turned south onto Maikawa Road. We were close. My pulse accelerated, and I took slow, measured breaths through my nostrils. I hoped she couldn't see the anxiety building inside me. It was a good anxious, the kind that feels like adrenaline. I remembered sitting in the car off Allen Parkway for an extra minute, waiting for Mim to knock on my window before trudging to the water in the rain. I didn't want to be amped on my first murder scene. I'd worked hard to remind myself of the uselessness of everything, a mental downer to calm the nerves. I couldn't do that again, not in the car, sitting next to her. Mim talked with her hands. She spent the next few minutes telling me about how and why she became a cop. Cheerleader in high school who ruptured a tendon. That meant no scholarship for celebrating other people's accomplishments. Her favorite uncle worked for the DEA. His work fascinated her, so she got serious about her future. Enrolled at Sam Houston State University in Huntsville, got a degree in criminal justice, and went to the police academy. Started in patrol like everyone else and worked hard. Got her master's at night and got the gold shield a few months later. Really, it was television, more than my uncle, if I'm honest, she said. I loved that show CSI. Couldn't get enough of it. Thought it would be great to work crime scenes. Then I took a class in victimology, and I decided I had to be more proactive than reactive, you know? I nodded like I knew, like I cared. We passed over Sims Bayou. The water was still high. It carried debris along its cement gray water as it wound underneath the street. Two kids stood in the mowed grass along its sloped bank. A white bucket sat between them, and they both held fishing poles. I'm passionate about the work we do, Druid. I am too, I said. She had no idea. Or she did. Now you, she said. Why'd you get into this game? I shrugged. The first drops of rain hit the windshield. A sprinkle, then a splatter. In a moment, it was a downpour. She leaned forward in her seat and flipped the wipers on. Sheesh, she said. We do not need any more rain. You see how high the bayou was back there? Much more of this and the streets are going to flood. Rain's not good for a crime scene either, I mused. Bad luck for the team on site. She shot me a quick glare that radiated suspicion, as if all the goodwill I'd built by listening to her ramble about her life story was washed away with those 14 words. "What?" I said. "Just saying. Tell me why you do this, Druid. What's your why?" We were a couple of blocks from the scene. In the distance, the first blue and red strobes flashed on the windshield and colored the drops of rain. Lightning sparked in the sky. I answered her as thunder boomed overhead. I don't have a why. The traffic light ahead of us turned yellow, and she slowed. Mim could have beaten the light, no doubt, but I had a feeling she wanted to stop. She wanted answers before we rolled up on Annie's dead body. Her expression was incredulous. Don't have a why. Everybody has a why. I sighed and hoped to convey disinterest. Inside, my heart thumped against my chest. The pulse pounded in my ears. I could hardly sit still. "Okay," I said. "I don't like to talk about it. All right? I don't talk about it, actually. Nobody since the academy asked me about this." Her eyes widened with interest. She leaned in. "Okay. I won't say anything. My mom died when I was a teen. Suspicious circumstances. They never found who did it. I wanted to make it my mission to stop it from happening to someone else. Funny thing is, I never figured homicide was the way to do that. I just wanted to be on the right side of the law. I wanted to put bad people behind bars. It's trite, I know, but it's the truth. I don't want anybody else to suffer the crappy childhood I endured." I looked away from her and out the window. Then I rubbed a knuckle under my eye and flexed my jaw. My breath fogged the glass and evaporated. She said nothing, but pressed the gas pedal. The car accelerated. A moment later, she spoke. Her tone less accusatory, more conciliatory, even sympathetic. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. That's really honorable, Druid. Really. I mean it." I nodded, but didn't turn from the glass. If I'd looked at her in that moment, she might have seen I was lying. All of it. Well, most of it. My mother did die. It was suspicious. They never found the killer. I never got caught. And I didn't become a cop because I wanted to save the helpless or avenge victims and survivors. I had no interest in bagging the bad guys and putting them away. That wasn't my motive. It wasn't my why. My reason for becoming a cop was simple. To beat the best, you had to be the best. To understand the system, you had to work it from the inside. My whole plan evolved from a desire to find women who needed release, to easily identify those suffering inescapable trauma and free them. Sure, I could have tried it without the hassle and arduous journey of becoming a respected, decorated member of law enforcement. But my chances of long-term success were far greater if I understood how policing worked and how police officers thought. How did they investigate? What were their prejudices? What was their culture? I was the bank teller who robs the place for $1 million, but better. I did what I did for others. I didn't enrich myself. I freed countless souls who might have otherwise continued to suffer. My duty, my calling, my why was to sacrifice my own salvation for theirs. Mim accelerated through the next yellow light, and I faced forward. I tugged on my seatbelt and pulled it away from my chest. She turned right onto Airport Boulevard and edged to the curb. Yellow crime scene tape stretched from the corner street sign to a light pole. It flapped and twisted in the breeze. The rain slapped against my face as I exited the car and stepped toward the scene. A plane roared overhead, its jet engines propelling it skyward. We were close to Hobby Airport, and about halfway between 3rd Ward and Calder Drive in League City. Calder was a preferred dumping ground, but there was no way I could have made it there and back into town to account for my time. So I'd stopped here, close to the airport. I thought at the time a ditch between an oil recycling business and a concrete company would have bought me more time. I was wrong. I surveyed the surroundings and swiped the rain from my eyes. The medical examiner was here. So were 2 television station news crews. Beyond the tape, and next to the ME's van, was a cluster of cops, some uniformed, some plainclothed. As I worked my way toward the hub of activity, one of the reporters eased next to me. She wore a baseball cap with her station's logo on it, and a bright blue raincoat. "Hey, detective," she said. "Any chance you could get us some info? We're on in a few minutes, and anything would be helpful." I recognized her. She was an aggressive TV type. Couldn't remember her name. Angel something? Whatever. She was an adversary. Some police agencies like to consider the media partners in the fight against crime. They flattered television and newspaper reporters with this "we're in this together" mantra. It was crap. Truth was, we leveraged them when it helped our cause and shut them out when it didn't. And they always took the bait. In the name of a scoop or exclusive content, they'd do what we asked. Only a precious few of the news types actually did news. They reported the truth. They refused to let us use them. I respected them in the same way I respected Mim Themis. The same way I respected the scorpion for killing the frog that carried it across the water in that old fable. Doesn't matter what they say, they'll sting you in the end. I waved my hand, dismissing the reporter. "Sorry, can't help you. Not my case. Here is backup." "Backup?" she asked. Crap. "Is this connected to a case you're working?" I stopped and lifted the crime scene tape over my shoulder. "No comment." "I'm using that," she said. I shrugged. "Use it?" Without waiting for a response, I joined my partner on the other side of the tape. She had an umbrella over her head and offered to share. I declined. "I like the rain. It washes off the grunge." "Suit yourself," she said. "What did she want?" "The reporter?" "Yeah. Nothing. She just asked why we are here." "What did you tell her?" "Nothing. She'll report whatever she wants anyway." We trudged toward the others and reached them as an overweight man with a bad comb-over and a thick white mustache acknowledged Mim with his chin. He stuffed his hands into the deep pockets of a black trench coat that didn't hide his girth and stepped towards us. Mim pointed at the man and then me. "Rubenstein, this is Druid. Druid, Rubenstein." We shook. His grip was firm, not too much testosterone. "So," Rubenstein said. "Took you long enough." Mim nodded. "Traffic." "Makes sense," he said. "Let me give you the lay of the land. Guy who works at the concrete business next door gets locked out, has to take a leak, can't hold it, so he comes over here to the empty lot to do his business. Almost trips over the body in these high weeds." Rubenstein thumbed over his shoulder without turning around. He sniffed. Rain dripped from his bushy eyebrows. "Guy freaks, calls us." Mim nodded again. "Think he had anything to do with it?" "No, he's clean, and the damp stain on his crotch seems to match his story." Rubenstein chuckled at his own joke. Then he blinked away the rain. "Body was face up, eyes open, body already stiff." "Done here or moved?" I asked. "Not sure yet. We think moved. No sign of a struggle here." Mim glanced at the body. The ME removed the sheet and exposed her gray skin. "Cause?" she asked. "Probably asphyxiation. Somebody choked her." "And you're sure it's Annie?" Mim asked. "The wit we had in to talk about the Bayou death?" "Pretty sure. You can take a look. It's why I called. Figured you'd want to know." Not sure how it figures into anything you're working on, but I'm a team player. That you are, Rube, Mim said. Come on, Druid, let's take a look. Annie was where I'd left her, on her back, eyes open, hands at her sides, fully clothed. No need to make it look like something it wasn't. Mim crouched next to the body, got up, nodded with a grim expression. It's her, she said. No question. I feel like I'm responsible, I said. If I hadn't let her go, she'd still be alive. We'd have a wit who might be able to help us piece together what happened to Marianne. Rubenstein was behind us. What's with all the women named Anne? Kind of weird, right? Coincidence, I said. Mim looked at me and frowned. Tell me again what happened when she got out of your car? Rubenstein took another step closer. Gestured toward me. Druid here was with her. She was supposed to lead him on a field trip. Instead, she hops out of his car and disappears. That was last night. I corrected her. Early this morning. Rubenstein's eyes widened. You were the last one to see her alive? That's what I said, Mim said. Apparently, my faux confession in the car did nothing to lessen her suspicions, and now the virus of her doubt was spreading. What do you want me to say? I asked, doing less than an effective job of hiding the defensive tone of my question. Both exchanged a glance and stared at me, waiting. Okay, I said. I confess, I killed Annie, and before that I killed Marianne. I strangled them. I disposed of their bodies. The confession felt surprisingly good. Better than I imagined. Chapter 4. Caught in the crossfire. They stood there in stunned silence. Lightning flashed. Thunder rolled across the dark sky as if timed for effect. 2 forensic technicians lifted Annie's body into a bag and zipped it shut. My words hung in the air like an electric charge. I confess, I killed Annie, and before that I killed Marianne. I strangled them. I disposed of their bodies. They said nothing at first. A smile spread across my face, and I chuckled. I was kidding. What did you think? I was being serious? That I killed 2 people and tossed their bodies? Rubenstein checked with Mim. He opened his mouth to say something, but she beat him to it. He stood there like a catfish. The tendrils of his sopping mustache twitched. I didn't know him, but I didn't like him. I don't know what to think, Mim said. Who does that? Does what? I asked. Admits to killing people at a murder scene. I just did, because it's what you wanted to hear. You 2 were already going there. I can see it in your eyes. I'm the new guy. I'm not in the club, no matter how long I've worked the same streets for the same damn department. The anger built in my voice, but I kept the volume low. No need to give the reporters anything for their live shots and social media posts. Rubenstein stood slack-jawed. Mim folded her arms across her chest. I balled my hands into fists and resisted the urge to jab a finger at them. You want to fill in the narrative you've already written? Go ahead. Take me in. Put me in the chair. Ask me the questions you ask a killer. One of you soften me up. Offer me coffee or a cigarette. The other one can be the hard ass. Who's who? Let me guess. Rubenstein, you're the good cop, am I right? He raised his hands in surrender. Look, man, I didn't say anything. I'm not in the middle of whatever this is. I called Mim to do y'all a favor. You two hash this out somewhere else, okay? I've still got canvassing to do, and I don't need a hassle like this. He took 2 steps back, almost lost his balance in the soft earth, and shot Mim a glance as he walked away. The rain beat on his shoulders, and he joined his partner near the back of the ME's van. I checked my watch. I've been on the clock for too long and don't need the overtime. Mim uncrossed her arms and held the umbrella at her side, but kept its canopy over her head. We're not done here, she said. I'm done, and I think this partnership isn't going to work. I stuffed my hands into my pockets and turned away from her. A beat cop on the other side of the tape was getting into his patrol car. I hurried toward him and tapped a knuckle on his window before he pulled away. He lowered the window a crack. What's up? You clear? Yeah. Can I get a ride back to Travis? He hesitated, glanced over at Mim. What about your partner? She's not ready to go. Can you help me out? Sure, hop in. We drove away from the scene. In the side view mirror, Mim watched us leave. I leaned my head back against the headrest and closed my eyes. I had work to do. Had to find a way out of this potential mess. There was only one way to clear my head. I checked my watch again. If I hurried, I could make it before the rush. I sat behind the building, my Chrysler in the darkest part of the back lot. The rain was a drizzle. A swirl of water spun around a drain at the center of the lot, rushing like a torrent. I unbuckled my seatbelt and checked my phone as it buzzed in my hand. Mim again. 4th call since I'd left her standing in the rain. My thumb hovered over the screen, shifting between the answer and decline icons. By the time I'd made a decision, voicemail answered. I tapped the message icon, and the text thread between Mim and me opened on the display. The last 5 messages were all her. I hadn't replied yet. Too busy thinking, plotting. Call me. Let's talk. Druitt. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I know I said that already. You have to understand I'm a Type A, and I overthink everything. I'm wrong, I admit it. Please call me back. I read through them again. Text bubbles appeared at the bottom left of the screen. The phone vibrated, and a new message populated. Seriously, call me back. We need to talk about this. I didn't want to talk about it. Not with Mim. Not yet. She could sweat it out. Truth is, she was wrong. What cop accused their partner of a crime without physical evidence? None I knew of. It didn't matter that her suspicions were on the money. She'd violated a code. She'd crossed that thin blue line. And then she'd brought another cop into it when she involved Rubenstein. Rain beat a rhythm on the windshield, the roof of the Chrysler. I flipped on the radio. Kenny G. His soprano sax wove a melody above the beat. It had to be the soprano. The notes were too high to be the tenor, and I didn't think it had the lows of an alto. I was always more of a Yamaha guy than Selmer, but he made the Selmer sound like a gift from the gods. Sure, he always took heat for having some mainstream hits, but the guy could flat out blow, effortless, and he felt the music when he played it. So good. I closed my eyes and drifted. Faces flashed before my eyes, one after another, like someone cycling through a slideshow too fast. Just enough time to spot a feature here or there. A Roman nose, green eyes, full lips, long neck, bottle blonde. The urge swelled in my chest. Familiar but painful. It was an ache that made me touch my sternum and push. The
single bag of hot Cheetos.
Yeah?
Thank you.
That it?
Okay, wait. I need you to tell Mom this.
Okay.
Can I have a bag of hot Cheetos? Can you have a bag of hot Cheetos?
I don't care.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, glad I could help.
Bye.
Bye. That's just weird.
He'd touch my sternum and push. The first time I'd felt the ache, I'd wondered if I was having a heart attack. My pulse quickened, my vision blurred. But then I'd understood it wasn't cardiac arrest. It wasn't a panic attack. It was my soul telling me what I needed to do. Only one thing eased the pain. The problem was the ache came at quicker intervals. At first, I could go months without it consuming me. Between the first and second effort, it had been 17 months. But then it had been a year, and then 9 months, then 4. It had only been days between Mary Ann and Annie. Not good. It meant I was spiraling out of control. Like an addict chasing the high with greater amounts of coke or heroin, the ache needed more and more salve. Speaking of which, I popped another citalopram, chewed it, and sucked the bitter paste from the roof of my mouth. Then I reached under the passenger seat and pulled out a small baggie. From the baggie, I pulled a pair of latex gloves and 2 syringes. The same thought nagged at me. It clawed at the back of my mind and picked at the same spot, rubbing it raw. I'd always found a way out. I'd always managed an escape, avoided suspicion. Not now. Not this time. The irony of it. Was it irony? Was it coincidence? Karma? A woman detective was the one who'd ferreted me out, trusting her gut, her feminine intuition, or whatever. She'd zeroed in on me. A bulldog with her teeth in me. She wouldn't let go. There was only one way this could end for Mim, but I had to throw her off the scent first. Time to focus on what had to happen in this moment. Enough about Mim. It was time to go. I shouldered my way out of the car, sloshed across the lot, and walked right through the whirlpool, letting it soak my feet and ankles. What did it matter? I reached the back of the building and knocked on the door. Rainwater from a broken gutter seam splashed water onto my shoulder. The door opened, and a large man stood in the opening. His dour expression brightened when he saw me. He offered me a fist bump and stepped aside to let me inside. "What's up, boss man?" he said. "You back again so soon?" I nodded. "She here?" He grinned. His gold grill gleamed against the light from the single light bulb hanging from the low ceiling. "She's here. She expecting you?" "She's always expecting me." He motioned with his chin. "Go on, then. I think she's free." I thanked him and shook the water from my coat. The narrow hallway extended 20 feet and ended in a T. To the left, curtains covered a series of doorways that led to a waiting area. The space was like a doctor's office, but without the antiseptic feel or the 3-month-old magazines. It was a collection of chairs and side tables, and a wall-mounted television that played soccer or porn. So, actually, it was the farthest thing from a doctor's office. Instead of left, I checked over my shoulder and turned right. 2 doorways down, I stood at the curtain and listened. The room was occupied. I sucked in a breath and pulled back the curtain. The man was on top of her. He blocked her view of me, and his back was to me. I took 2 hurried steps to his side and jabbed the syringe into the side of his neck. He jerked to one side and slapped at his neck. His face contorted with confusion, and his eyes fluttered. He dropped onto the woman, pinning her there. Before she could scream, my hand was over her mouth. I put a finger to my lips, shot her a look that warned her to be quiet. She nodded as tears drained from her doe eyes. I shoved his body to the side, and he hit the floor with a thump. Then I eased next to the girl. She wasn't a woman. It was evident then. So young. So in need of release. "Sit up," I said. "I'm here to save you." She furrowed her brow, but I smiled at her and nodded. Then I gently stroked the side of her face. "I'm here to rescue you. Sit up." She sat up. I eased next to her on the mattress, and before she knew what was happening, I had the orange rope around her neck. She struggled, but I twisted my body so she couldn't get to me. No leverage for her. Plenty for me. Confusion clouded her features as she struggled against the pressure. Before she could move her hands to try to stop me, I shifted my weight and pinned her. She grunted and gagged. Her eyes bugged, and her skin turned purple. The cute little vein that ran from her hairline to her left eye bulged. Thick and juicy like an earthworm, it strained under the surface of her skin. She pleaded with her eyes for a moment, and I bent down to her ear. I whispered to her and told her this was a good thing. She was free from the burdens of this world. Soon I would release her, and the pain would disappear. Her body thrashed under my weight, but did nothing to stop me. Her strength waned as the breath left her body. Her eyes fluttered. She twitched. Urine soaked the mattress. In my mind, I heard Duke Ellington. "I got it bad, and that ain't good." When I'd finished the task and exorcised her demons, I stood and backed away from the bed. I pulled off the gloves and stuffed them into my pocket. Then I took the second syringe and jabbed it into the man's arm. A push of the plunger, and he wouldn't wake up. Ever. I left the orange rope around the girl's neck and backed to the curtained doorway. One last look at her body. I blew her a kiss and slipped into the hallway. Hurriedly, I moved along the corridor, avoiding the spots of light from the overhead bulbs. I passed the T and found the third room on the right. I pulled back the curtain and stepped inside. She was on her bed, knees up, book in her lap. She looked over the top of the pages and smiled. I checked the empty hall again and stepped inside. "I didn't expect to see you," she said. "It's not our usual time." I shrugged off my coat and hung it on a hat rack next to the curtain. She sat up and tucked her legs behind her. She dog-eared a page and set the book on the side table underneath a fake Tiffany lamp. I gestured to the book and sat on the edge of the bed. "So you're reading it?" "Of course. You bought it for me." "What do you think?" "Very sad. The main character seems depressed, and the poor girl who loves him, who wants to marry him, I feel bad for her. He doesn't love her. It reminds me of that other book you gave me, the one that takes place in hell." "No Exit." "Yes, that one. All of these books are I don't know what the word is, but the people who wrote them have a very dark view of the world." "They're realists." She shrugged, pursed her lips into a coy expression that always drove me crazy, and reached for my collar. I put my hand on hers and stopped her. "Not tonight," I said. "That's not why I'm here." She pouted, batted her eyes. It was an act, I knew it. She knew I knew it. Part of the show. "I want to watch you," I said. "You don't need to touch me." "That's different." "It's what I want." "Okay, whatever you want." I stood up, backed into the corner of the small, dank space. It reeked of the odor of the men here before me. Why hadn't I noticed that before? Or had I? As I stood in the corner, watching her, the sounds from other couples filtered into the room. The noises gave life to the scent of the place. I barely saw the woman in front of me. Didn't hear her. My thoughts were elsewhere, dull and cloudy. The citalopram dug in. The ache in my chest subsided. My pulse slowed. 10 minutes later, a scream down the hall caught our attention. More of a shriek, the shrill echoed, carried along the solid surface of the narrow corridors. Time to go. I put the cash on the table, said goodbye, grabbed my coat, and left her tangled in the stiff sheets. The big man who'd let me in met me at the tee. "What happened?" he asked. "No idea," I said. "I was back there with Lola." I thumbed over my shoulder toward the room I'd just come from. He nodded and turned back in the other direction. He hustled toward the whale. The hallways were crowded with men and women, mostly women. I followed the big man through the crowd and to the room 2 doors down. He shoved past the girl standing in the doorway, the curtain draped over her like a cape. The big man cursed and shouted. He turned to me with panic streaked across his face. He punched the wall. The room was as I'd left it, aside from the strong odor of feces. The man on the floor lay in his own excrement. Yellow foam leaked from his mouth. His naked body was sallow, but the blood hadn't yet begun to settle. The girl was twisted into a yoga pose on the soiled sheets. The throes of her last moments alive, trapped in this existence, were frozen on her young face. The scene was both macabre and masterful. My pulse quickened. This was the first time I'd returned to the scene of one of my crimes.
Well, that dude is a talker. At this point, I'm willing to hit that tree just to get out of here.
To moment of release. It was a rush. "Hey man," I said, "I've got to call this in." The big man shook his head. "You can't. They'll shut us down. My bosses, they'll..." I held up a hand. "I have to call it in. Get the girls out of here, okay?" I leaned closer. "I'll give you a few. Get them out of here. Any customers? Make them leave too. You, me, and Lola stick around. Cool? I'll handle it. You'll be fine." He shook his head. "I won't be fine. My bosses..." "You tell me," I said. "What's a better plan?" His eyes searched the space. His chest filled with a deep breath. Girls whimpered in the hall. 1 or 2 sobbed. "Okay," he said. "Fine." In Spanish, he ordered the girl in the doorway to do something. He pointed at her and then motioned to the hallway beyond. She wiped tears from her eyes and nodded before she disappeared into the corridor. The only word I'd understood was Lola. That left the big man and me alone in the room. Well, aside from the bodies. He pinched his nose and made a sour face. "It stinks in here, man. And she was new. She was a good one." There was a part of me that wanted to kill the big man. End him like the dead bloat on the floor. But I couldn't. He had a part to play. "I'm calling this in," I said. "You've got less than 5 minutes until the first unit shows up. Then homicide. It's going to be a long night, brother." He put his hands to his face and rubbed his palms across his eyes before raking his fingers across his buzz cut. I noticed the ink on his fingers. "What's that spell?" I asked. Big man looked at me like I had a third eye. "What?" "Your fingers. What does it spell?" He lowered his hands and looked at the backs of his fingers, as if he had to remind himself. "No justicia." "No justice?" "Yeah, no justice. It's how the world works, you know."
Alright. Dinner. Lunch.
Welcome, Taco Bell. What can I get for you?
Yeah, I need a large Diet Dr. Pepper and your, one of your beefy melt burritos.
Alright.
And one of your Chipotle Ranch grilled chicken burritos.
Alright.
That should be it.
What
taking this off?
No, thank you.
Alright, does everything on the screen look correct?
Yes.
7:30.
Thank you. $2.59 for a drink. McDonald's is $1.
Hi, 7:30. There's that drink. And there's that.
I don't feel like I need a receipt for a burrito.
Here you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
He shook his head and gestured to the bed, the body. Good point, I said. The girl from the doorway reappeared. She said something in Spanish. Big man nodded and replied. She disappeared again. They'll be gone in a minute. We've got transportation here. I pulled my phone from my pocket and dialed. Good. The phone rang once. Mim answered. Holy crap, Druid. Where the hell are you? I've been trying... We've got our guy. What? The killer. What are you talking about? I'm about to call in a homicide. Well, maybe two. A long pause. Then, where are you? I gave her the address. She hung up without saying another word. Another call. This one to dispatch. Things were in motion. All right, I said to the big man. I need you and Lola in the waiting area, okay? Don't touch anything. Just head over there and wait. I'll take care of everything. Big man thanked me and left me alone in the room. I stood there for one last glorious moment and then gagged. It did stink in here, but the odor was sweet in so many ways. I sat next to Mim in the waiting room. We were across from Lola and the big man. His name was Nestor, though I'd never called him that. The rest of the place was abuzz with crime scene techs, street cops, and Rubenstein. He was down the hall. I was out of the mix since I was considered a witness. Mim and Rubenstein had partnered up. She got wits, he got evidence. So, let me understand this, she said. Both of you are informants for my partner? Lola checked with Nestor. They both nodded. And Druid, John was here on business? Like always, Nestor said. He checks in with me once a week, Lola said. Sometimes more. About what? Mim asked. I tell him what I see. If there are new girls, new men, he pays me. Nestor, what about you? I give him access to whatever he wants, and he doesn't bust us. If I see anything crazy, I tell him. Big man doesn't give me much more than access, I said. Lola's the one who provides most of the information. And both of you knew the other was an informant, working with police? They nodded. Mim pinched the bridge of her nose and exhaled. She shook her head. Okay, she said. So, about tonight. Walk me through this again. What happened? Well, I said, not you. I want it from them. You already interviewed them one at a time, I said. Their stories match. Don't you think we should be talking to Rubenstein? Seeing what we can... She held up a hand to silence me. Don't, okay? Let me do my job. Big man chuckled. Mim shot him a glare that threatened extreme violence. The smile disappeared from his face. That drew a thin smile from Lola. You do you, I said. I can go check with Rubenstein. Stay here. she said. I stayed. Mim flipped through her notebook. She checked one page and then turned to another. Her lips moved as she read. All right, she said. Nestor, you said John came in and went to Lola's room? Yeah. Except I didn't. And how long after that did you hear the scream? He shrugged. 20, 30 minutes? Close enough. You don't know the exact time? No. And Lola, she said, when John came into the room, what happened? I developed an alibi. We talked about books. Then he watched me. What books? Good books. Books that paint the world in the dark shades that best depict it. I told you, books he gave me. The Stranger and No Exit. Camus and Sartre. Yes. And then he stood and watched while you did things. Fun things. My face flushed. The heat rushed down to my neck and to my ears. Mim stared at me for a long moment, but I avoided looking at her. The judgment was like a laser beam burning a hole into the side of my head. Then what happened? We heard the scream, we ran out into the hall, Druid helped out Nestor, and from what I heard, I don't want what you think you know, I want what you know. Lola shrugged. She pouted her lips. That's it then. Mim checked her notes again, flipped some pages. Nestor, Villalobos?
Hello.
I wasn't sure if you were with patients.
I've just left.
Are you done or you got more?
I got more.
Who else you got to do?
2 more.
Are they the ones that are fall?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Why? What you got?
I'm bringing Phoebe over here to Ozark to the community center so that she can play with one of her friends.
Alrighty.
After basketball.
Alrighty.
And your mom, of course your mom was there. We just left, but...
Yeah, I know. I got your text.
And Cannon come up and talk to her. She was funny. Phoebe enjoyed it.
She what?
And she was funny. Phoebe enjoyed it, and we realized how much you're like your mother.
Shut up. That ain't nice.
You look just like her.
I do not.
Oh, you do a little bit. Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you.
Anyway.
Anyway, she brought me a quilt, which I love.
Yeah, she told me about it.
Oh, she told us the story. She was very proud. She told us the story about how she told you not to tell Anna. Yeah, she told us everything. She told us her whole life. She told us many stories.
I know.
Many stories. Yep. Oh, Mama's away. Anyway, we were just wondering about you. If you were ever going to come home.
Eventually, I'll find my way home.
You probably ain't going to be home till about 4 or 5.
Probably. Later.
Aw, it's a beautiful day.
I know it. I'm out in it.
But you don't have anybody scheduled tomorrow, right?
Correct.
It's Mother's Day. Did you call your mom or text her?
Well, no, I talked to her today. She asked me...
Did you text?
What?
Did you text her also?
Well, your phone number. She called me and I talked to her, and she asked for your phone number there.
Oh. She saw your text, and it was a picture of y'all, and someone said she was beautiful. I thought it was you.
No, wasn't me.
Beautiful when she was young.
No. Wasn't me?
I've been doing it. Anyway,
I doubt it, but who knows?
It was a cute picture of you and your mama and Julie.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well,
That's where we're going.
well, go have fun.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
flipped some pages. Nestor Villalobos, is it? Yes. Same thing, please. Run through it again. I got what she was doing. Unconventional, but smart. Too smart. She had them separated, like all good witness interviews, so they couldn't compare stories or play off of each other. Then she'd brought them together to see where they might mess up, where they might change their version of events based on what the other said. It didn't happen. Both Lola and Nestor nailed it. 2 more inquisitions later, they still held it together, mainly because they told the truth. Still, Mim checked her notes, made new ones. Then she told them they were free to go, but to keep their phones close to them. Lola didn't have a phone, not allowed, but she took the books with her as she followed Nestor from the building and into the dark, wet night. Mim and I were alone in the waiting room. She opened her mouth to say something, and by the glint in her eyes, I was sure it would have been something epic. But Rubenstein interrupted. He trudged into the room, nodded a greeting to me, and then addressed Mim. So here's what we've got. The woman, or girl, no ID on her yet. We're running prints. But truth is, she's probably a ghost. Trafficked here from Central or South America. We might get a hit if she's been picked up before, but I doubt it. They would never find her. Too new. No past arrests. Unaccompanied minor from El Salvador. Coyote brought her across at Eagle Pass. What else? Mim asked. Got a hit on the guy. Yeah, you did. I picked him especially for you. Followed him here. Made sure I gave him time to be where he needed to be. Doing what he needed to be doing. Good. What about him? He fits the profile, Rubenstein said. Name is Aaron Kosminski, 38 years old, in and out of the system since he turned 18. What for? Rubenstein rubbed his mustache and checked his notebook. He licked a finger and then plucked back a page. Sexual assault, assault with a deadly weapon, drugs, possession and intent, a couple of resisting charges. There's more. Oh yeah, Rubenstein said. Solicitation. And get this, the assault? He choked a girl with a rope. She passed out but didn't die. Mim looked at me. No judgment this time. A hint of apology? A rope, she asked. Yeah, a rope. He claimed he'd paid for the action. She'd agreed to it. She denied that. What about this rope? The orange one? Match the others? Rubenstein closed his notebook, tucked it into the breast pocket of his overcoat. Too early to know, right? I will tell you the text at the last scene, the one where you flipped out on Druid here, that text said she found orange fibers in the complainant's hair. Some police officers like to use the formal vernacular they wrote in their reports. Any victim of a crime, even a dead one, was a complainant. That never sat well with me. How could a dead person complain about anything? They don't feel anything. We're trying to match them to the girl in the water you two worked last night, Rubenstein said. If we connect all three, no doubt this is our guy. He got greedy and overdosed. Mim stood from the chair and brushed off her pants. She stretched, paced around the small room, and tapped the notebook on her chin as she thought aloud. Let's run through this, she said. Our guy, Aaron, was it? Rubenstein nodded. Aaron Kosminski. Our guy, Aaron Kosminski, is into young girls. He pays for them, knows where to find them. Sometimes he crosses a line, gets caught, does time, but can't help it. It's a compulsion. It's about power. It's always about power. Was it about power? A little, maybe. No, it wasn't. Never. It was about giving these dark souls the light they needed to fly. Power had nothing to do with it. So he gets bolder, breaks, kills one, then another. Now this one, same MO, same type of victim. It does fit. Only one thing keeps me from believing it. What's that? Rubenstein asked. It's neat and tidy, and you know what I say. The best explanation is often the easiest. Yes, Mim said, but you're forgetting what I say. There's no such thing as coincidence. And our friend here, John Druitt, is connected to all three scenes. I said nothing. Didn't have to say anything. Rubenstein did. Really? Come on now, Mim. I've got all the respect in the world for you, but that's too much. He's got 2 witnesses here who vouch for him. He runs in these circles, or he did for years. Of course he's connected. I wanted to thank him. I didn't. I sat on my hands. It's my gut, she said. I think we need him on leave, at least until we know for sure on the forensics. I should talk to the lieutenant. He can pass it to the commander and run it up the chain. IAD needs to be involved. Rubenstein laughed. We can't do that. We're short as it is, and they want even more of us out here. No way the bosses will go for that. No way. Plus, I don't believe in the whole gut thing. I changed my mind about Rubenstein. I liked him and his caterpillar mustache. There were 2 schools of thought with detectives. Some bought into the whole hunch, intuition thing, like we were some sort of psychics who communed with a higher power. Others didn't. They believed in the evidence, the facts, the hard, seeable truth. That's not to say the hunchers didn't believe in facts, but sometimes they let their guts lead them down a path that fit the facts as they saw them. They excluded other possibilities because of their own intuition. It was like the tail wagging the dog. After a long minute, Mim relented. I'm not convinced, but I'll back off for now. But we're done for the night, anyhow. I haven't slept in 2 days, and I'm fuzzy. Go home and get some sleep. We meet at 8. Breakfast Club in Midtown. Chicken and waffles are on you. I'll buy the coffee. I shrugged. 8 o'clock. 20 minutes later, I was at the front door of my apartment. My finger tapped the code. The door buzzed open. 2 women sat on the couch, watching television. One was draped over the other. Neither looked away from the screen. Honey, I said, I'm home. On the 65-inch screen, Dorothy Gale protected her dog Toto from the Wicked Witch of the West. My wife waved at me, offered a soft smile, but said nothing. Then her girlfriend turned up the volume. There's no place like home. Chapter 5. In Sickness and in Health. My wife's girlfriend leaned in and kissed her as I passed them on my way to the bedroom. She liked to do this to antagonize me, as much as she did it to express true affection for my wife. Her name's Zenny. It's short for something, don't know what. She's a pretty woman, ethnically ambiguous. One day she might look black, another day Native American or Hispanic. In the right light, she could have been Asian. Anyhow, she was a looker, and she looked at me out of the corner of her eye while I did my best to ignore her microaggression. Zenny had my wife wrapped around her finger. No need for any gasoline on the fire. They'd started dating at some point before my wife, whose name is Stella, told me she was a lesbian, or possibly bisexual. She wanted to experiment to find her truth. I told her it was fine as long as she came home to me every night. Her solution was to bring home a roommate. I guess I didn't read the fine print of that arrangement, and I clearly didn't understand the subtext of our vows. I loved her in my own way. I always treated her right, but I guess I wasn't enough. So I pined for her while she pined for someone else, namely Zenny. I think there was a guy for a little while, too. Some barista dude called Joseph. But he'd wanted Zenny more than my wife, and Zenny didn't want him. It was a whole soap opera. Stella wasn't happy. Zenny was controlling and occasionally abusive. Stella put up with it and begged me not to get involved. She said it would only make things worse. I tried again and again to get her help. She didn't want it. For some reason, the woman I loved had convinced herself the only thing she deserved was someone who physically and emotionally abused her. I'd threatened Zenny once. She'd scoffed and taken it out on Stella. I never had proof of what she'd done, but I could tell. The signs were there. I can't tell you the number of times I considered freeing Stella from this prison, of releasing her. I fantasized about it, but it wouldn't work. Couldn't crap where I ate, so to speak. Not just because it would have been stupid, but also because I was never sure Stella deserved release. Not after the way she treated me. I loved and hated her. It was complicated. Those emotions are so intertwined. So I long ago resolved it was better to make her suffer in a way akin to the emasculating arrangement of our marriage. I would have divorced her, but she pleaded with me to stay. Maybe I didn't leave because watching her and Zenny was like staring at a car wreck. You know you shouldn't look, but you can't avert your eyes. So I stayed and tortured myself. I guess as much as she deserved her pain, I deserved mine. I paid the rent, the car note, whatever else came due at the end of the month. Stella had no motivation for going out on her own and trying to make it on half a cop's salary or whatever a judge might have given her. She sure as hell wasn't going to find a job. Instead, she lived in our place rent-free, and Zenny lived rent-free in my head. Best of both worlds for them. Freaking yellow brick road to the Emerald City, if you asked me. So I did my best to ignore Zenny as I trudged into the second bedroom and shut the door behind me. I could have sworn they'd turned up the volume just to annoy me. I didn't say anything. No use. Instead, I locked the door and headed straight to the adjoining bathroom. I locked both of those doors too and stripped from my wet clothes. In the mirror, my reflection stared back at me. My fingers traced the ribs along my chest, the parallel streaks of faded scars. I was thinner than the last time I'd paid attention. Normally, I just kept the lights off. No need to look at myself. But something about the day forced me to eye the mirror. My reflection revealed the lack of care I had given myself in the accelerating months of the last 2 years. Come to think of it, Zenny had moved in 23 months ago. I think it was a month before that when Stella told me about her quixotic crusade to live in her truth. What was the truth? Was it reality? Because if that was the case, the truth was always a lie. Reality was always subjective to me. My reality wasn't the same as Stella's, clearly. And mine differed from Mim's, too. I think I read somewhere, and I couldn't remember who said it, but there was this axiom or idiom that proclaimed history was written by the victors. That implied history was false by its own nature. If history was false, the truth was a lie. Something fabricated to perpetuate a myth. I think my entire life was written by someone else. Somebody who won something somewhere. Because I clearly lived a lie. That lie needled me from the sofa in the living room of the apartment where I occupied the guest room and a toilet I had to share with strangers. The water from the shower heated fast, and clouds of steam filled the room. It fogged the mirror and obscured my reflection. Still, I looked at it, thinking this opaque, vague image of myself was the most accurate of any possible. It was a lie, but it was true. The shower lasted 15 minutes. When I got out, feeling clean but not cleaned, I wrapped the thin towel around my waist and swiped a hand across the glass. It fogged again, but I caught a glimpse of the devil staring back at me. I smiled and winked at him. We had an understanding. In my room, I went to the armoire across from my bed. It was an antique and locked with a skeleton key. The lock wasn't impenetrable. Any standard key would open it. But it was the only one like it in the apartment. So unless my wife went out and bought a key, or found where I'd hid mine, she wouldn't be able to gain access. From the top left drawer, I moved aside a square white box labeled fingernails in black Sharpie and found the clippers. Carefully, I trimmed each of my nails, all 10. Then filed them with an emery board until they were perfectly smooth and rounded. I replaced the clippers and pushed the box deeper into the drawer. I blew the dust from my fingertips and thumbed the perfectly manicured nails. I locked the armoire, turned out the light, and went to bed. For the next several hours, I tossed and turned in my bed. By the time I finally fell asleep, good sleep, the alarm chirped. It was an electronic rendition of a bird. I hated it. That was why I used it. The alarm forced me to get up. Another day, another dollar. On my way out of the apartment, Stella called my name. I stopped at the door, hand on the knob, and turned. Not coffee. Heathen. "The water bill is late," she said. "Really? I thought I paid it." "The water company says you didn't. Give me the cash. I'll go pay it at the grocery." "When's it due?" 2 days ago. They called." I took my hand off the knob. The water company called to say the bill was late after 2 days? They don't do that. She shrugged and sipped her tea. After she licked her lips, she said, "They do, 'cause they did." I was a detective. I solved crimes. I rooted out liars for a living. And she thought she could lie, offer her version of the truth. That was how little respect she had for me. "No, they don't," I said. "What do you want?" She batted her eyes. "What do you mean?" "You want cash for something. What is it?" "I mean, the water bill is like $20. Why don't you just ask me for $20 instead of lying to me?" Her face reddened. She huffed. "Lying? Are you kidding me? See, this is why I can't talk to you." She spun around indignantly and disappeared into the kitchen. The refrigerator door slammed. I guess she opened it to slam it. But she didn't really defend herself, and she didn't answer my question. Nonetheless, I took out my phone and Venmo'd $20 to her account. Better to feed the snake a rat than leave it hungry enough to come after me. I liked chicken and waffles. Not the sort of things you figured would go together, but they did, especially at the Breakfast Club. The Midtown restaurant was a standout in a city with an endless supply of world-class food joints. "You liked your breakfast," Mim said. She sat across from me and jabbed a fork at my empty plate. She still had a way to go on the food, but was on her 4th cup of coffee. She lifted her elbow above a stack of to-go boxes at the corner of the table. I guess she wanted some chicken and waffles for lunch and dinner, too. "What's not to like?" I said. Breakfast was quiet for the most part. A couple of comments about the weather, the latest Astros trade, and how badly we slept. She did most of the talking. Mim stabbed a piece of waffle with her fork, and then added a chunk of fried chicken. She dunked both in a puddle of syrup and stuffed it into her mouth. I waited until she started chewing to ask her a question. "What's this about? I mean, why are we having breakfast? You've made it clear repeatedly you want me off the street, under internal affairs review and charged with murder. I thought we were done." My question made her chew faster and swallow. She put down her fork and dabbed at her mouth with a napkin. Another sip of coffee. "All those things are true," she said. "I won't deny them." "You can't. I heard you say them. A lot." "Rubenstein thinks I'm wrong. I went up the chain. They think I'm wrong, too. I also talked to your old lieutenant." "You talked to Segura?" "Was he your old lieutenant?" "Yeah." "Then I talked to Segura. Crappy office, cluttered." "Yeah." "Then it was Segura." "Why'd you talk to him?" "He knows you, trusts you. Hell, he likes you. Says you're a good cop. Sometimes you get a little too involved. but said you worked your cases with a lot of determination and grit. You developed sources. You checked on my informants? Made sure I had them in the system? She hesitated, took another sip of coffee. I did. I didn't know you could do that. Mim said nothing, but she attacked another combo piece of waffle and chicken. When she killed it, she wiped her face again. I told Segura about my suspicions. Was as upfront with him as I've been with you. And he said that half the cops on the force would be under suspicion if I applied the same standard to them. He convinced me to give it a rest. To be thankful, I've got someone as connected as you on a case like this. Good old Segura. I took a slow drink from my coffee. It was almost cold, but tasted good. Better than the sip before it. Carefully, triumphantly almost, I set my mug on the table. She extended her hand. Truce? Since COVID-19, all those years ago, I'd stopped shaking hands. Not every time. I could think of a few times I'd done it since meeting Mim less than 48 hours earlier. Instead of my hand, I offered her a fist bump. She shifted her approach and we knocked knuckles. Truce, I said. Though I never had a problem with you until you had one with me, and I've got to say, you're giving me emotional whiplash. Fair enough. Tell you what, I'll pay for everything. Coffee, waffles, chicken. Okay? You don't have to offer twice. She ordered another cup of coffee. That was 5. Where do we start today? I asked. Forensics. Thinking we should head over to Jefferson and check out the latest on where they are with evidence in the 3 cases. Maybe they found something. Wouldn't they have called? Maybe. Sometimes I like to take a look for myself. I motioned to the 3 to-go boxes at the edge of the table. So that's what those are for. Exactly, she said. A little breakfast club goes a long way. The Houston Forensic Science Center was at 500 Jefferson Street on the 13th floor. Always found it fascinating they picked that floor, 13. Unlucky number. I guess the logic was if you had evidence in a crime, somebody was unlucky. A technician in a green, short-sleeved polo shirt greeted us and welcomed us. She greedily took the to-go boxes and led us to the part of the lab where they worked on identifying seized drugs. We're still working on all of this, the tech said, so I don't have a lot for you. Nothing on the rope fibers yet, but that could come later today. We did recover drug residue from the scene near Hobby, and there were narcotics in the syringes found last night. Nothing from the first scene. What was in the syringes? Mim asked. The tech leaned against the countertop. It looked like something from a high school chemistry lab. She folded her arms across her chest. In one of them, we found a heavy concentration of benzodiazepine. A tranquilizer? I asked. Yes, its family of drugs is the fusion of a benzene ring and a diazepine ring. We get it, Mim said. Thanks. What about the other one? The tech frowned, hurt at being steamrolled by a walking, talking pot of coffee. I played peacemaker. She's had 6 cups of coffee. Might be 7, I don't know. But she's amped, so forgive her trespasses. The tech smiled. I get it. I'm useless without my half-calf, non-fat cappuccino from Starbucks. You're too young to drink cappuccinos, I said. Those are old-person drinks. The tech blushed. Mim shot me a weird look. I shrugged. The second syringe? Mim asked. Oh, the tech said. That was the one in the arm. It was an opioid. Pretty certain it was heroin. But it's possible it was a mixture? You combine the two, even if the heroin was relatively clean, and it's a recipe for an overdose. Anything from the ME? I asked. Not to our knowledge, the tech said. But you'd probably hear first. We're knee-deep in everything else. Per usual, toxicology on all 4 bodies will be 4 to 6 weeks. 4 to 6 weeks? I asked. Really? The tech nodded. Yeah, we're not like those crime scene shows on television. You know, where they get the tox results back in, like, 5 minutes? It takes a lot longer than that. Mim nodded. So, nothing on the rope fibers, nothing on toxicology. Are the syringes it? tech nodded, as if mirroring Mim, but her eyes widened. She raised a finger. Wait, there is something else? Layton's found something I think might interest you, and it could be big. She led us to another area on the floor, to a pair of computer monitors. They were side by side, perched atop a desk above a keyboard and a computer. You buried the lead, Mim said, if this is a big deal. The tech logged into the computer and typed a series of codes to enter the system. It's a big deal. Mim edged toward the displays. She partially blocked my view. What is it? The tech pointed at the screen. These are two of the scenes, the one near Hobby and the one from last night. There are matches at both. See the markers here and here? She pointed at the indicators, showing the prints had similar characteristics. Her finger touched one screen and then the other, back and forth. These prints match the dead guy from last night. Aaron Kosminski? Yeah, him. Of course we found these at the scene last night. He was undeniably there. But what's interesting is that we found them on the door of the oil recycling business adjacent to the scene. Mim perked up. You did? Why did you run prints there? I wasn't there. You'd have to ask the field tech, Sir Rubenstein. He's the lead on that one, right? Right. Well, if I remember right from the notes, they ran prints there and at a concrete business next door. The man who called in the dead woman tried to use the bathroom at the concrete place. He was locked out, so he went into the grassy lot. That's when he saw the body. The team on site thought it good to check the doors to both buildings. A little much, right? But it paid off. Mim folded her arms across her chest and leaned back. You're saying Kosminski was in the vicinity of Annie's body. Was that her name, Annie? If you're talking about the body in the... I am, Mim said. She paused, bit her lower lip. You got anything else? The tech shrugged. Not that I can think of, but I thought it was pretty big. You probably have your guy. Mim thanked the tech, told her to enjoy the breakfast, and motioned for me to follow her. We were in the elevator before we spoke. Where are we headed? I asked. She pressed the button to take us to the first floor. The oil recycling business. Before I spoke, her phone buzzed. She plucked it from her hip and checked the display. With a swipe, she answered the call. Mim Themis. The elevator descended, and I watched the numbers. 11, 10, 9... Mim listened. She pulled the phone from her ear, checked the screen, and put it back to her ear. I can't hear you. Give me a second. I'm in an elevator. 6, 5, 4... Elevator! Hang on! The elevator jerked to a stop, and the doors opened. She rushed ahead of me and didn't stop until she was outside. We stood on the corner of Jefferson and Smith. An elevated glass walkway stretched across Smith. People strode above the street in the cool, air-conditioned space. We sweated on the street. Heavy steel-gray clouds crowded the sky. More rain. Are you sure about that? Mim asked. In the neck? We'd driven separately to get here from the restaurant. She'd parked across the street and under the elevated walkway. I was a block over. Okay, she said. I'll be there. Mim frowned. Deep furrows ran across her forehead. We've got a problem. I wiped sweat from my temples. What now? That was the ME. Apparently, they're doing the work on Kosminski. Okay. They found a puncture wound consistent with a needle injection site on his neck. They think that's where he, or someone else, injected one of the two drugs. Someone else? Mim's frown deepened. Her eyes swept back and forth, not focused on anything, but searching. I'm heading over there, she said. He said there's something else, too. Something he's piecing together. What about the recycling? You go there. I'll go to the morgue. We'll cover more ground that way. I agreed and walked to my car. Stan Getz was on the radio when the engine cranked. 1955 album that I always thought was underappreciated. West Coast jazz was a great collection. Trumpet-heavy East of the Sun blared in the cabin as I eased into traffic and headed in the direction of the Gulf Freeway. It amazed me that music more than 70 years old still resonated and served as an incredible accompaniment to the dark clouds overhead. The world was almost sepia-toned as I weaved toward the place I'd dropped Annie 2 nights ago. The place wasn't as random as it might have seemed. Sure, I didn't make the trip all the way to the killing fields. The poetry of that would have been melodic. Instead, I'd played a card I'd held on to for a while. See, the thing about working sex crimes was the clientele was always the same. It was a small world of pimps, traffickers, women, girls, and Johns. Rinse, repeat. Sure, sometimes there were new players, but not often. And when there were, it was because they cycled through from somewhere else where the circle got too small. It was like the Kevin Bacon thing, 6 degrees of separation. Everybody knew somebody who knew somebody. That was how I came across my friend Kosminski. I think he was picked up 2 or 3 times while I was on the squad. And I remembered his MO, method of operation. He had a predilection for erotic asphyxiation. Once or 3 times, he'd gone too far. Mental note taken. Kosminski was a drug user, couldn't kick the habit. Mental note taken. Best of all, he was on probation. It took nothing to find out where he worked. Just so happened it was convenient the night I released Annie. Sure, I couldn't be positive they'd find his prints. That was a bonus. But once they started looking hard at him, using the rope as the starting point, they'd find out he worked right next door to the spot where Annie's body was discovered. And when they showed his picture to anybody tangentially connected to the East Enders, they'd recognize him. That would connect him to Marianne. All I had to do was find him and put the needle in his neck and the nail in his coffin. Not as hard as I thought it might be. After I'd caught the ride back to Travis with the uniformed officer, I'd hopped in the Chrysler and headed toward Kosminski's place. He rented a shotgun with bars on the windows and cement blocks holding up the stoop not far from the scene. Close to work, I guess. After an hour, he'd caught an Uber. I'd followed them to the warehouse that fronted the whorehouse inside. The rain was so heavy, there was no way the Uber driver nor Kosminski could have seen me, let alone pick up I was tailing them. There were a handful of places where men like Kosminski would go for something off the street. I mean, it was easy enough to pick up a girl on a street corner or along Bissonnette. But if you'd lost your license and needed to rent a ride somewhere, you were looking for an inside space. I knew all of those places. I had informants in most of them. The doorman was always a good bet. He held the keys to the place and was usually underpaid. There were a couple of joints where I didn't have any connections. Kosminski could have easily ended up at one of those places. Thankfully, he didn't. He'd picked Nestor's place. Perfect. I guess I broke a rule by offing him, and the poor girl underneath him got freed sooner than most. That's a good thing, I guess, but it was necessary. My self-preservation was more important than the arbitrary rules I affixed to my practice. The day my effort stopped, the day countless women lost their chance at freedom. No way was that going to happen. Not yet. The Chrysler edged into a parking space in front of the oil recycling business. Getz finished the last strains of Suddenly It's Spring. I waited for the last note to linger in the car before I shut off the ignition. Inside the building, a small brunette greeted me from behind a desk too big for her frame. She reminded me of the comedienne who sat in a huge rocking chair. Lily Tomlin, I think that was her. Old reference. Not sure why it stuck in my cluttered mind, but there it was. Lily, or whatever her name was, looked up from an iPad and lifted her eyebrows. She added a manufactured smile. May I help you? I flashed a badge, told her my name, asked if I could talk to somebody about Aaron Kosminski. The smile flattened, like I'd run over it with a steamroller. She picked up the phone and pressed a button. The police are here about Aaron Kosminski. Lily directed me to twin vinyl chairs in the corner of the room and suggested I take a seat. No offer of coffee or tea or Dr. Pepper. I always liked that about lawyers' offices. They offered refreshments. Guess oil recycling wasn't as bourgeois. 5 minutes after I took a seat in one of the vinyl chairs, a thin man with white hair and a tiny nose greeted me. I'm Thomas Perez, he said. I'm the site manager. You asked about Aaron Kosminski? Yes. Did he do something illegal? Why do you ask that? I know he had a history. We knew that when we hired him. But we like to give people second chances, you know. I spoke with his probation officer to confirm his employment. But why did you ask if he did something illegal? He didn't show up for work this morning and didn't call in sick. You're here now. I assume he's in trouble.
Yeah, hopefully. Hello, my...
Audibly gasped. He took a step back. Color drained from his face. Behind the huge desk, Lily pretended to not pay attention. She was bad at pretending. I didn't... How? Perez asked. We're working on that. Can you give me his schedule for the past week? We want to find out when he was here, when he wasn't. Establish a timeline of his whereabouts. I already knew his work schedule. It fit a timeline that offered no alibi for the approximate time of death for both Marianne and Annie. No need with the last one. He was obviously there at the scene of the crime. Sure, Perez said. Then his face wrinkled with confusion. But why? How would his work schedule help you in determining how he died? He's also a suspect in some criminal activity. His death might be related to that activity, and we need all the information we can get. Anything that might be relevant is helpful. Even things that seem benign or unimportant can assist. Sometimes those irrelevant bits of the puzzle are the missing pieces to the whole thing. Perez ran his hands through his hair. He suddenly looked older than he had a minute earlier. The white appeared grayer. His thin frame seemed feeble somehow. He made copies of Kosminski's entire employment file and gave it to me. Figured it didn't violate policy if Kosminski was dead. I thanked Perez and Lily and left the building.
Whoa.
The sun hid behind a veil of thick clouds. Thunder rolled across the sky. Intermittent drops of rain hit my head and shoulders as I hurried into the driver's seat of the Chrysler. Before I could start the engine, my phone rang. I arched my back and fished it from my right pants pocket. It was Mim. Hello? Where are you? Just leaving the oil recycle.
What happened?
All 4 bodies. All 4? Yeah. They've got cause of death now on Marianne and Annie. And believe it or not, they may have an ID on the 3rd girl, but they're not 100%. Okay. Her name's Catherine Eddowes. Okay. Here's the thing, Druitt. The name of the girl isn't really a big deal. Not in context. Not yet. The big deal is this. They don't think Kosminski put the needle in his own neck. They think the angle is such that it would have been hard for him to do it. Maybe the girl did it. Maybe. That's a working theory. Talk me through it, I said. I wanted her working out a plausible theory that eliminated the possibility of a 3rd person in the room. As she started to talk it out, I cursed myself. It was a stupid move. Truth was, I'd meant to jab him underneath the arm, right in the pit. But he'd moved and I missed. Girl decides he's too rough. She grabs a needle and slams it into his neck. Before he drops, he finished the job and they're both dead. Even when the tox report comes back, and that's 3 weeks with a rush on it, they won't know which drug entered his system first. It's just as possible he was already high when she hit him with the tranquilizer as him getting tranked and then injected with an overdose. Any idea yet why he had the tranquilizer? Probably for the girl, that's the hunch. But we know how I've been with hunches lately. Okay, I said for the 3rd time. Do we know if any other men were in the row? Any other women? We don't. Remember, everybody's scattered, and your informants didn't see anything. That's a dead end. All right, so that was important enough to head over there? The needle jab in the neck? You already knew about that before you split. No, she said. There's more. And it makes me positive the rope fibers are going to match from all 3 women. What? All 3 women are missing something. I was waiting for them to figure this out. Not that it mattered. All it did was connect all 3 and further implicate Aaron Kosminski. What's that? I asked. Crazy we never noticed it before. Noticed what? I asked. Are you burying the lead? Mim chuckled. I didn't know she could laugh. I guess I am, she said. Our killer liked souvenirs. Really? All 3 women are missing the fingernail from their right pinky finger. All of them. The nail is torn off from the nail bed. Chapter 6. Fox and the Henhouse. The Federal Bureau of Investigation formed their Behavioral Science Unit in 1974, more than 50 years ago. They investigated serial rape and murder cases, and over the course of several years, they interviewed dozens of convicted criminals. With the information they gathered, they put together profiles of would-be killers, things the men had in common: bedwetting, hurting animals when they were young, escalating violence, that sort of thing. With these profiles, they went around the country trying to help local law enforcement figure out who mystery killers might be. Based on their pseudoscience, they told Detective A his killer was a Caucasian male in his 30s with a boring job and a bad marriage. He always hunted within the same demographic, blah, blah, blah. It was mumbo-jumbo. Or it wasn't. It got really famous after some books, movies, and television shows made the profilers seem like clairvoyants. I could give them some credit. They had a lot of things right. But me? I never hurt animals. I never wet my bed past the age of 4. Not that I remember. Sure, I hated my mother, and I had a demographic I preferred, but a lot of what those profilers thought about serial criminals was flat out wrong. They didn't know me. Still don't. And they sure as hell never understood the good in what I tried to do. I wasn't out for power. I didn't try to consume my victims or see my abusive mother in each of them. What I saw was an opportunity for salvation. This world is useless. We are pointless. Philosophers have debated our purpose from the earliest discussions of consciousness, of what it meant to be human. What none of them could ever refute was that ultimately we knew nothing about ourselves or our existence. Our purpose? Procreate and die. That's it. Otherwise, there was no point. All the things we did in life ultimately had no meaning. All of it, from education to entertainment to love and work and play, was a social construct designed to give us the false appearance of purpose. If I had none of those things, would my life have meant any less? Any more? No. The man who worked himself to death in a coal mine was no different than the well-heeled millionaire who inherited generational wealth and gave half to charity. Both died with nothing. So if I could hurry along the process, end the pain for those destined to suffer from sunrise to sunset, then wasn't I creating a purpose where none otherwise existed? Okay, you could call it hypocritical or suggest I contradicted myself. Sure, I was a hypocrite. Who wasn't? Contradiction? Yeah, fine. In proclaiming we had no purpose, but then admitting my rationale was to find purpose, might have sounded like I was a moron, but I wasn't. The endless search for purpose in a world where none exists only goes to prove the point. As I look back at the mission, the facilitation of release was ultimately meaningless. Sorry if I rambled, if my manifesto got in the way of telling the story. My mind was slipping. The accelerating fog that clouded my thoughts and pushed me to act without forethought, without careful planning, also caused me to derail my own thoughts. It got harder and harder to hide from the outside world, like a zit that starts as a blind lump beneath the skin. Nobody but you knew it was there. But as it grew and festered, it became harder to hide. It took more effort, makeup or facial hair, whatever. It got more difficult to keep the zit from view, until it popped, and then everybody saw it. Everyone. And it oozed. Things to keep. Fingernails. I sat in the Chrysler and pictured the square white box in the top left drawer of the locked armoire in my bedroom. My pulse accelerated as I thought about it. I cranked the engine. A DJ muttered something about a commercial break, and I turned off the radio. "Who was that?" Mim asked. "The radio. I'm in my car." "All right," she said. "Meet me back at Travis, okay? I want to run through some things with you. We've got paperwork to do, and it'll give us a chance to reset. Plus, I think there's a reporter who wants to do an interview with us." "A reporter?" "Yeah, media relations called me. The PIO said we should do it. Not link the crimes, but talk about how busy we are, how hard we're working. that angle. I told the PIO we should do it together since you're on the team because of the spike. I don't like reporters. Nobody does, Mim said. They're vultures, but we gotta play the game. See you at Travis? See you. I pulled out of the lot and turned on the radio. A commercial for a popular furniture store announced its latest promotion. The advertisement blurred into white noise, and I considered where I stood on solid ground and where the quicksand shifted underneath my feet. My partner had cooled on my involvement, thanks to the misguided benevolence of Rubenstein and Segura. The play involving Aaron Kosminski appeared to work despite two issues, the needle mark in his neck and the missing fingernails. The fingernails. I couldn't say how it started, why something compelled me to take a souvenir. I guess the profilers called them trophies, and they believed it was so the killer could relive the crime over and over again. A lot of famous killers did it. Ted Bundy kept heads. He even put makeup on them and washed their hair. He was a sick dude. So was Jerome Brudos. He kept feet and breasts. The feet he used to model shoes. The breasts were paperweights. Jeffrey Dahmer was on another level. No need to elaborate. The worst was probably Ed Gein. His work was fictionalized in books and movies. He made masks from human faces and a corset from skin. Gein claimed he robbed graves for most of it. Either way, he was a sadistic freak. Me? I didn't do it to relive the release. I had a different reason. My mother had long fingernails, and the pinky was grotesquely long. I think she used it to aid her addiction to powder. The nail was a scoop that made snorting coke, heroin, meth, whatever else she could afford, easier to accomplish. She painted them bright colors, pinks and greens, yellow, fire engine red. She sat at the kitchen table, a line of bottles in front of her, and she painted them one at a time. My mother was meticulous about it. The only thing in her life of which she took particular care or interest. Stroke after stroke, a gentle blow from her cracked lips, more polish. She worked until each one looked like a piece of hard candy. Her face, I forgot the features long ago. For much of my adult life, they were a nebulous blur, some vague representation of her. Hair color, eyes, none of it stayed with me. But the nails, those were vivid like a fever dream. If I had to analyze my rationale, the fingernails I took from the women I released were proof of what I'd accomplished. As one woman turned into 5, turned into 10, it was more and more difficult to keep track of them. The nails made sure I never forgot them, and the sacrifice I made to give them the freedom they craved. There was no fetish there. No wish to relive those precious dark moments in which the light seeped through. I laughed thinking about it. Fools. I didn't need the nails for that. If I wanted to visit those dead girls, I listened to jazz. I sped north on the Gulf Freeway and exited into downtown. Wynton Marsalis wailed on his horn, the trumpet putty in his deft hands. I hummed along and thumped my fingers on the steering wheel. The line at Brothers Tacos was manageable. A quick phone call and Mim gave me her order. The tacos were on me, I said. She ordered a third. The taqueria smelled like meat and spices and flour tortillas. I worked my way through the line and pointed at what I wanted. No breakfast tacos left, so I ordered 3 pork and habanero. My mouth watered as I watched the server spoon the mixture into the tortilla and wrap it in foil. The spicy pork was so good. The taste lasted long after the stinging swell dissipated from my lips. I paid cash, dropped the 2 bags of tacos into the passenger seat, and drove across downtown to Travis. When I got to our cubicles on the 6th floor, Mim was thumping away on the computer keyboard. and I dropped the sack on her desk. She finished typing whatever had her attention, her lips moving as she spelled out the words in her report. Her index finger tapped the enter button, and she looked up. "Thanks for the lunch," she said. "Smells delicious. I was about to head across the street and get a hot dog. Glad you saved me from it." "Sure thing. What can I do?" "Write up the stuff you told me about Kosminski and the recycling place. I'll add it to the stack. I'm still working on the interviews from last night." "With my informants?" She opened a bottle of hand sanitizer and squirted it into her hand. She offered me some, and I took it. "Tell me," she said, "how did you come to get them on our side?" "The informants?" Mim unrolled the bag and pulled out a taco. "Yeah." She put it on her desk, unwrapped the foil, and used it as a plate. "I don't know," I said. "Hard to remember exactly how I recruit every one of them." She reached into her bag and frowned. "Any sauce?" I pulled a small plastic container from my bag and tossed it to her. She uncapped it and poured the contents into the tortilla. She bent over and took her first bite. Sauce and juice rolled down her chin. She chuckled and caught it with a napkin. "Sorry," she said. "That was gross. But yum! These are so good. Thanks." I hadn't seen her this buoyant in our short time together. "Sure. Hey, can I ask you a question?" Mim took another bite, used her free hand to wipe away the juice, squirreled what she hadn't swallowed in her cheek. "What? Why are you so happy?" She put down the taco and licked her lips. A swig of coffee later, cup number 8 or 9, she shook her head. "What do you mean? You're not as dour." "Dour, huh? This coming from you, Mr. Personality?" "Just saying." She shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe it's the coffee. I'm on my 5th wind right now, so that could be it. When I don't sleep, I live on caffeine. It's probably a manufactured happiness." "Makes sense." I opened a taco and inhaled the sharp aroma of the spicy pork. Before I took a bite, Mim jutted her chin at me. "What did you get? Smells amazing." "Pork and habanero." "Haven't had that one. I'll have to get one next time you're buying." I picked up the taco and offered it to her. She waved me off. "Tell me about your informants," she said. "We got off track. How did you recruit them? The 2 from last night in particular. It seems strange you'd have 2 at the same place." I took a bite of the taco, chewed and swallowed before I answered. She was right. It was odd. Even more unorthodox that Lola and Nestor knew the other worked for me too. It was nothing if not unorthodox. Nestor was easy. He needed the extra cash. He has 2 children and a 3rd on the way. His wife doesn't work because she stays home to take care of the kids. She swallowed the first bite of her second taco. "How do you know that?" "He told me, the first time I busted him. We were doing a roundup, you know, the kind of sting where we bring a van to haul off the women and another for the Johns. Anyhow, he was there. We brought him in. He was on probation. Started talking. Guess he was more afraid of going back to jail than his bosses." "You recruited him then?" I took a bite and shook my head. She apologized and finished her coffee. When I swallowed, I used a napkin to wipe my chin. "It was the next time I saw him," I said. "I remembered him when I ran the name. We had another long talk. We reached an understanding." "And you had him?" "Yep. He gave me intel about drug runs, shipments of girls. I let some slide, acted on other tips, always tried to be random about it." "You let some slide? You mean you knew about illegal activity and you ignored it?" I laughed and almost spit out my food. A pepper went down the wrong way, and my eyes watered. I coughed and reached for a bottle of water. For a brief second, I thought I might choke and die right there. Worry clouded her features. "You okay, Druid? You okay?" I pounded my chest with my fist and nodded. kept coughing, she went and got me another bottle of water. I downed it like it was Mim swilling coffee. "Thanks," I said. My voice was raspy, and I cleared my throat. "You almost killed me." She flashed a smile. "If I were going to kill you, it wouldn't be with a taco." I took another swig and swished it around in my cheeks. "You made me laugh. I mean, of course I didn't act on every tip. That would have put my source in danger. It's difficult enough to move at all without unmasking him or putting him in danger. You have to be selective. It's not like homicide. You don't solve every crime." "We don't solve every crime here either," she said. "I mean, our clearance rate is part of the reason they brought you and the others aboard. Part of the whole community initiative." "Anyhow," I said, ignoring her dig, "once you get someone working with you, they're stuck. They get used to the money, plus you hold sway over them with pending charges. They screw you or stop helping, you ring them up." "What about the girl?" "Lola?" "Yeah, Lola. What's her role?" "She knows the girls, when and how they're cycled in and out of town." "What about her? Why hasn't she been moved?" I shrugged and rolled down the top of the taco bag. Nearly dying from a habanero was enough to kill my appetite. "She will be, especially now. After last night, there's a good chance Nestor's done too. He's connected enough to the big guys, cousin or something. They won't kill him, but they'll give him a new job. I'll keep tabs, give him some breathing room. Then I'll find him when I need him." "But both in the same place?" "They weren't both in the same place when I recruited them. That was coincidence. One night I was talking with Nestor. Lola overheard us. The two talked to each other when I was gone. I found out later they knew the other was working with me. I think they leveraged it against one another." "Leveraged?" "Yeah, threatened each other. You know, you do this or that and I'll rat you out before you rat me out. That sort of thing." She opened her third taco. "It's a different world." "What is?" "Sex crimes. It's so much grayer than homicide." "How so?" "You live in that world. You're part of it. It gets into you, you know? Like a film you can't scrub off. Totally different from what I do, what I've done." "Really? You deal in dead people?" She smirked. "Yeah, but remember, the dead don't feel anything." "Touché." And the thing is, in homicide, there's this wall between us and the crime. It's its own separate thing. We come in after the fact. With sex crimes, trafficking, that sort of thing, you're in the middle of it while it's happening. It's like undercover. I could never do that. I think it screws with who you are, who you become." "I never thought of it that way," I said. "Really, it's all the same, right? No matter how gray it is, it's all dark. We all deal with people at their most basic level. Strip away the conformity of societal norms, and anyone's capable of anything. Whether it's murder or trafficking women or dealing dope, it's all the same." "That's depressing." "It's realistic." She balled up the tin foil and tossed it into her bag. "Is that how you see the world?" "What? Dark? Everybody's a criminal?" "You see it differently?" "I like to think people are basically good. Evil is the outlier." I finished my water and swallowed. "I think evil is what spins the world, Detective Themis. Good people are the outlier. That's why someone who finds money on the street and returns it to whomever it belonged to makes the news. That's why we praise Good Samaritans. Why we elevate little kids who donate their birthday gifts to children at homeless shelters. They're the exception to the rule. People are basically bad. They have to fight that instinct to be good." Her features darkened. She rolled her chair away from the desk and shook her head. The judgment was back. "You spent too much time in sex crimes," she said. "That's a horrible way to see the world." "I get it, that world is horrible. It's transactional in a way that makes my skin crawl. But sheesh, Druid, that's a dark way to see the world, to go through life." She eyed my hand, and when I said nothing, she asked, What does your wife think about it? My wife? I hadn't mentioned my wife, but the ring on my finger gave it away. Truth was, I forgot it was there. Couldn't say why I still wore it. Probably some sliver of me still loved my wife, still wanted her to love me. Mim crumpled a paper napkin and used it to clean her hands. She shoved it into the bag and balled it up before she tossed it into a trash can. Yeah, she said, your wife. Does she share your bleak view of the world? I don't know. We don't talk much. Mim's cheeks flushed, and she averted her eyes, embarrassed. Oh, sorry, Her cell buzzed, and she took the opportunity to abandon the conversation. She answered and ran her fingers through her hair. Okay, we'll be down. She looked over at me. The reporter's here. We rode the elevator downstairs, and I felt the weight of the ring on my finger. I rubbed the back of it with my thumb. It was a thin gold band I'd worn for the 12 years of our marriage. Stella had sold her ring and used the money to buy 2 cheaper bands. She wore one and gave the twin to Zenny. I guess they were promise rings. That was what Zenny said. Promise rings? I'd asked. Promise to what? We stood in the kitchen, me at the refrigerator holding open the door. Zenny palmed the last of the beers and leaned against the countertop next to the sink. She perched an elbow on the laminate and had her lean legs crossed at the ankles. Promise to make you as miserable as possible, she'd said. It's an easy one to keep. In that moment, I'd considered the 50 different ways I could temporarily abate my misery. But I'd let the fantasy pass and left her standing there to go buy another 6-pack at the corner store. Promise to make you miserable, like she had that kind of power. The elevator eased to a stop on the first floor, and the doors slid open. A couple of uniformed officers waited for us to exit and then stepped past us. I didn't acknowledge either of them. Lost in thought, I blindly followed Mim from the bank of elevators to the right. We passed the mini museum of Houston police history and into a room typically reserved for press conferences. The reporter was there with one of the department's public information officers. They were engaged in a conversation that ended when Mim greeted them. I trailed 2 steps behind. I didn't want any part of this. Mim appeared in her element. She slapped the PIO on his back. Hey, Bobby, good to see you. How are the kids? He smiled and adjusted the ID lanyard around his neck. Good, keeping busy. Soccer, ballet, the usual. Great, Mim said. Great. Hey, this is my new partner, John Druitt. He came over from Sex Crimes. Bobby extended his hand. John, nice to meet you. Bobby Blankenship. We shook. Nice to see you. I always said that when I greeted people. More than once I had told someone it was nice to meet them. They'd reminded me we had met before. So instead of meet, I decided it was always better to say see. It was nondescript and inoffensive. And the truth was, I'd met Bobby Blankenship 3 other times on busts. Bobby gestured to the reporter. She was the same one who'd harangued me outside the crime scene tape at Annie's scene. She was by herself. A camera sat locked atop a tripod. She held a wireless microphone in her hands. This is Blanca Cuidado, he said. She's a reporter at Channel 10, and she wants to talk to you about the woman found in the bayou earlier this week. Earlier this week? How long had it been? 2 nights ago? 3? It all ran together. Mim suppressed a smile. Cuidado? As in Spanish for warning or danger? The women shook hands. Yes, my television name. Can I put this mic on you? Sure, Mim said. How'd you come up with that? Blanca ran the wire inside the hem of Mim's jacket and clipped the mic at her lapel. My first news director told me my last name was too confusing. He hired me to work nights, cover crime. So he suggested something that would resonate. It was his idea. Mim clipped the mic pack to her belt. What's your real last name? Isiguera. What's wrong with that? You'd have to ask him. Men, Mim said. They can't just let us be who we are, am I right? The reporter smiled to hide an expression of discomfort. It was obvious she didn't know what to do with Mim. She asked Mim to stand in a particular spot, and then she moved behind the camera. Her fingers worked the focus. You work by yourself? Mim asked. Yes, she said. I do it all, except for my live shots. A photographer comes and shoots those for me. I see more and more of that, Mim said, at crime scenes. One-man bands. Is that what they're called? Yes, or MMJ. MMJ? Multimedia journalist. Mim adjusted her jacket, tugging it into place. Am I good? Blanca punched the record button and stepped away from the viewfinder. She flipped out a small screen on the side of the camera and eyed it. We're good, she said. Can you give me your name and spell it? I stood in the corner next to Bobby. He leaned into me and whispered, She wants to talk to you too, after she's finished with Mim. Do I have a choice? Not really. Really? I mean, I guess you could say no, but Mim already told the reporter you'd do it. I sighed but said nothing. Mim said her name and spelled it for the reporter. Okay, Blanca said. What can you tell me about the woman found in Buffalo Bayou? A jogger found the body. He called 911. When we arrived at the scene, we discovered she had been in the water for some time, at least a couple of days. We believe whoever killed her tried to weigh her down, but all of the recent rain loosened the binds. Do you have an ID? We're working on that, not ready to release it publicly. But we can say she was a Hispanic female in her late teens or early 20s. We've not connected with next of kin, so that's why we're not making her identity public. But you know who she is? We have a good idea, yes. How was she killed? Did she drown? We're awaiting autopsy results, but preliminarily, we think her killer strangled her. She died from asphyxiation. Was she a prostitute? Mim opened her mouth to answer, as if she'd expected a different question. She paused and closed her mouth, then a flatline smile. The reporter elaborated. We're hearing she was a prostitute and working for the East Enders. She may have been underage and was trafficked here. Mim composed herself, pulled back her shoulders. Her tone shifted, less genial. The death is under investigation. I cannot reveal anything that might compromise our efforts to find the killer or killers. But you can say if she was a prostitute or a victim of trafficking, right? That doesn't harm your investigation. The tension thickened. Bobby shifted his weight from one foot to the other. He cleared his throat. Blanca Cuidado pressed. We are also hearing that this death is connected to a body found near Hobby Airport yesterday. Both women knew each other, and the one yesterday may have been a witness to the girl in the bayou's death. Who the hell was her source? It wasn't entirely accurate, but it was close enough. It clearly unnerved Mim. The interaction between the women, the body language, was like a basketball game in which the momentum shifts drastically and the team confidently ahead is suddenly behind after a steal and thunderous dunk. The reporter had Mim on her heels and about to call a timeout. She held up a hand, palm forward. Hold up. Slow your roll. As I said, this case is under investigation. There are things we cannot discuss because it could compromise valuable evidence known only to us and the killer or killers. Killer or killers. That was a good one. But I will tell you, because I don't want erroneous information out there, the woman found near Hobby yesterday was not a witness to the other woman's death, as far as we know. I liked that Mim didn't talk like a cop. She spoke like a human. It always bugged me when officers would talk to reporters and use words like complainant, or used military time, or called men male and women female. I also hated it when they used vague descriptions that did nothing but provide race, height, and age. Those were useless and invariably reinforced stereotypes. Not that it mattered. So, Mim said, I don't know who's feeding you information, but they're misleading you. And I promise you, it's not someone with direct knowledge of the investigation. The reporter appeared to consider this, read between the lines. It took a couple of seconds for her to ask the next question. It might have been because Mim caught her off guard, took back the momentum, or because she was waiting for Mim to say something else. I'd noticed that about reporters, and good interrogators. If you let silence hang in the air long enough, an interviewee or a suspect would snatch it and speak. Silence made people uncomfortable. Okay, Blanca said. Fair enough. I have one more question, though. Is that good? And then we'll switch to Detective Druid, okay? Bobby nodded. Fine with me. I said nothing. It wasn't fine with me. Mim shrugged. She stuffed her hands into the pockets of her suit pants, then pulled one of them out and ran it along her jacket lapel. Sure, Mim said. Ask away. She flashed a thin smile, the kind of smile women offer one another when they're pretending to be sweet. But both women know it's a thin veil of congeniality. Great, Blanca said. Let me adjust my shot real quick. The reporter stepped back to check the display flipped on the side of the camera. Her fingers worked the zoom. The shot tightened so that instead of framing Mim from the waist up, it was more of a bust shot. Okay, Blanca said. That's good. Thanks for indulging me. Another flat smile from Mim. Sure. A sparkle twinkled in Blanca's eyes. She lifted her chin almost imperceptibly, and I understood she was about to drop the big one. I sensed it. Bobby did too. He sucked in a short breath and held it. Mim's posture stiffened. She pulled both hands from her pockets and put them behind her back. One hand squeezed the other. Everyone in the room understood the reporter had buried the lead, as my partner liked to say. Now she got to the real stuff, the money shot. She'd held the big question, the one we didn't expect, for the last. But everything she had asked before this led up to it. She almost telegraphed it, and I silently cursed myself for not seeing it before she asked it with confidence. When did you realize you're chasing a serial killer? Chapter 7. Killer in the Spotlight. Serial killer. An overused term for someone who's killed more than one person over a period of time. Discriminate. Not someone who ran into a Walmart, armed to the teeth with an arsenal of guns and rifles, and opened fire willy-nilly. That's a mass murderer, not a serial killer. But wasn't he? A lot of those mass shooters had manifestos, they had prejudices, they represented a cause, but they weren't called serial killers. Why? Arbitrary categorization. At least that was how I saw it. Those who had the power to decide what made one person a mass murderer and the other one a serial killer figured timing was the difference. That was it, timing. How did that make any sense? Serial killer wasn't even a thing until the 1970s. I mean, it was a thing. They existed. Everybody's heard of Jack the Ripper. He was in London in the late 1800s. But as far back as 300 BC, there's been evidence of serial killers. More than 90 people were poisoned to death in Rome, the work of a group of women. Fast forward to the 1500s, and a single man, Peter Neers, was responsible for more than 500 murders in the Holy Roman Empire. They included women and their unborn children. Right after that, in Hungary, a woman known as the Blood Countess, Elizabeth Báthory, tortured servant girls to death. She killed anywhere from a few dozen to more than 600. America has its own list of famous killers, most of them men. I didn't count myself among them. They were out for power, oppression of those whom they wanted to possess or control. That wasn't my bag. I was driven by the notion I could end the suffering of women and girls locked in the darkness. I released them from the chains of their mortal lives. FBI Special Agent Robert Ressler coined the phrase in 1974. He and partner John Douglas were the proverbial fathers of the FBI Profiler team I mentioned before. Their work went on to inform books and movies. The feds even enacted a federal law that defined serial killings as part of the Protection of Children from Sexual Predators Act in 1988. They codified the meaning as a series of 3 or more killings, not less than one of which was committed within the United States, having common characteristics such as to suggest the reasonable possibility that the crimes were committed by the same actor or actors. 20 years ago in San Antonio, the FBI held a symposium on serial killers. It was under the direction of then-director Robert Mueller. The purpose, according to a later report, which I read with a lot of interest, was to bring together a group of respected experts on serial murder from a variety of fields and specialties to identify the commonalities of knowledge regarding serial murder. Such an FBI thing to do. Have a conference to talk about something so rare, but of such great prurient interest. Anyhow, the experts at the conference came up with their own definition of a serial killer. They decided the following factors were inclusive of serial killers and distinguished them from mass murderers: 1 or more offenders, 2 or more murdered victims, incidents should be occurring in separate events at different times, and the time period between murders separates serial murder from mass murder. By that definition, I guess I was a serial killer. But as I mentioned before, that's too broad a brush for me. It failed to paint the whole picture. I doubted the reporter, Blanca Cuidado, understood the definition as I did. I'd bet she'd never even read the symposium report or attended FBI Citizens Academy. She probably watched Silence of the Lambs or the Jeffrey Dahmer story or the Ted Bundy thing starring the kid from the Disney Channel. That was her idea of a serial killer. About as fully formed as a turd after too much probiotic yogurt. But she stood there, camera aimed at Mim, smug, self-important expression on her Botoxed face. I wanted to punch her. Maybe not punch her. That was a bridge too far. I didn't like men. I didn't like men who hit women. Maybe I just wanted to scold her, tell her where to get off. And truth was, she was too young for Botox. But I could tell by the twitch at the corner of her eye and the complete lack of any wrinkles across her forehead, she'd partaken of the toxin. Mim handled it, though. You asked the question as if there's no correct answer. There's an assumption in the way you phrased it, and it's a wrong assumption. I can say with 100% honesty and complete disclosure, we are not looking for a serial killer. I almost pumped my fist in the air. Great answer. It told me 2 things. 1, Mim bought Kosminski as the killer. 2, I was in the clear. It didn't matter what inconsistencies existed with Kosminski's body. Mim had done a 180. Perhaps this might end differently for her than I'd first thought. Blanca's eye twitched again. This time it was a reaction to the answer, not the injection. Disappointment washed across her face, despite a yeoman's effort to hide it. No serial killer? Mim forced a smile and unclipped the mic from her lapel. I think you already asked your last question of me. My colleague, John Druitt, can handle the rest. Bobby took the mic from Mim and handed it to me. He showed me how to clip it properly behind my tie to hide the wire. I thanked him. Blanca adjusted the tripod height. It took some work, with the camera still mounted to the top. Might have been easier if she had taken the time to remove it first, raise the tripod, then remount the camera. But people always looked for shortcuts. Nobody wanted to suffer. And that was the irony of this world, I thought. as the reporter struggled to level the tripod's head again. Nobody wants to suffer, yet that's all life is, an endless stream of suffering. I compared it to the never-ending parade of strip malls along the feeder roads on Houston's highways. One after the other, each with its mattress store, all-you-can buffet, discount store, and an ostioneria or a panaderia. Crappy cars filled the parking spots. Moms carted their kids in and out. Workers smoked or vaped on the sidewalks during their breaks. Security patrolled in their golf carts, one after the other, indistinguishable from the one before it. Blanca huffed and wiped the sheen of sweat from her wrinkle-free forehead with the back of her hand. She smiled and adjusted focus. "Could you give me your name and spell it for me?" I looked at the lens, saw a dim reflection. "Are you recording?" "Yes." "John Druitt. Johndruitt. "And you work homicide?" "Yes." "Okay, thanks. Let's start with the last question I asked Detective Themis. No serial killer?" "That's a broad question, Blanca. No serial killer implies there isn't one anywhere. And while serial killers represent less than 1% of all murderers, I would venture a guess there's a serial killer somewhere." Mim chuckled, cleared her throat. Blanca frowned. "That's not what I meant, Detective." "What did you mean?" "I meant to clarify that there is no serial killer involved in the two deaths I mentioned. The woman found in Buffalo Bayou and the woman found in the field near Hobby Airport." I nodded. "That's a great question, Blanca, but we are not searching for a serial killer. I can assure the people of Houston they need not worry that someone like that is a risk to their safety." "Were they both prostitutes?" "We believe both women were involved in that world. It's a scourge, really. Blanca, I'm sure you know that trafficking is a problem in Houston. We sit as an artery to the rest of the country from Mexico and Central and South America. I-45, I-10, I-69, and Highway 290 are all easy routes for the traffickers to move around their victims." I said her name as much as possible. From my experience, reporters loved it when their interview subjects used their names. It reinforced their popularity, and their naturally narcissistic tendencies made it almost a compulsive choice for a soundbite. "You're saying these women were trafficked here?" "I think the odds are good, Blanca. A good percentage of the women engaged in the illicit sex trade are not involved because they chose it. They were tricked into it, forced, threatened, any number of methods other than free will." "You've identified the victims?" "My colleague, Detective Mim Themis, the lead in this investigation, made it clear, Blanca. We believe we know who they are, but we are not ready to release their identities to the public. You can always get that information from the Harris County Forensic Science Center when they complete their work. It will be on their website. And I think their media relations team can provide you with the case number." "Were both women killed the same way?" "What do you mean?" "The same cause of death." "We'll have to wait on the coroner's report. They determine cause of death, not us." "Any obvious wounds or signs of trauma?" "I think Detective Themis already answered these questions, didn't she, Blanca?" "Yes, but I wanted to ask you too." "I concur with my partner. Is there anything else? We do have work to do. Cases to solve." "One last question." I sighed. "Okay, shoot." "Bobby mentioned you worked sex crimes before coming over to homicide." "Is that a question?" "What's the difference as far as the investigative technique? Is it all the same, or is working homicide different?" I hesitated, considered whether I should say what I really wanted to say. Decided I shouldn't, but then did it anyway. Dead people don't feel anything. I swear, Bobby gasped. Mim's glare drilled a hole into the side of my face. "That is," I said, "when you're working sex crimes, the victims are survivors. They feel, they hurt, they seek justice. With homicides, the dead person is dead. They're not hurting anymore. They're released from the pains of this world, so it's different. The mission is the same, of course. We want to find and put away the bad guy. We want to put him under the jail, you know? I wasn't sure if it's what I'd said or how I said it, but the reporter stood gobsmacked, honestly stunned into silence, her mouth agape. She reminded me of Marianne after I released her. The only difference was Blanca's tongue didn't loll, and she was breathing. Bobby clapped his hands together. Okay, I think that'll do it. Blanca, thank you. Detectives, can I see you out in the hall? Before I could take the mic off, Blanca lobbed another question. The camera rolled, and she'd shaken herself from her momentary stupor. What about the victims' families? She asked. They still feel, and they're victims too, right? Good question. I'd never considered the families, not really. Most of the complainants I'd dealt with didn't have family. Not here, anyway. I tried to pretend the question didn't throw me. Of course, the victims' families feel. They're left behind to live with the pain. It's like they absorb what the dead person left behind. That doesn't change the single biggest difference between working homicide and working sex crimes, which is we don't get to interview the victim. We don't get their help in identifying the perpetrator. We have to be their voice. We have to speak on behalf of the dead, Blanca, because they're gone. We have to feel for them. Bobby interrupted before I said any more. All right, that's good. I think we gave you more than enough to work with, Blanca. What time will the story air? Blanca took the mic from me, but didn't look me in the eyes. 6 and 10. I think we'll have something on the web before then, but I'm working nights. Bobby clapped his hands again. Great. Detectives? He motioned out into the hallway, which was really the museum. We followed and then crowded together next to a mannequin wearing the HPD uniform from the 1960s. Bobby clenched his teeth, doing a great impression of a ventriloquist. What the hell was that? Dead people don't feel anything? Do you know how that's going to sound? How much crap I'm going to take from the chief because of that? How much crap you take from the chief isn't my problem, I said. It will be, Bobby said. You'd better pray she doesn't use that soundbite on its own. I mean, what is that? Dead people don't feel anything. That's the most callous thing I've ever heard. You know we're trying to rehab our reputation, right? You know how difficult that is with a 3-year spike in crime and defund the police movements picketing every budget hearing? We have the largest budget of any city department, I said. It's $1 billion between the general fund and special revenue. $1 billion. I don't think we have to worry about defunding. Bobby's face reddened. He balled his fists at his sides, but he managed to keep his voice to a hiss. That's not the point! Mim surprised me with her silence. She said nothing, didn't defend me, didn't persecute me. Just watched the media flack and me go back and forth. I lifted an eyebrow, dipped my hands into my pockets. You're not a cop, right? What? You're not a licensed peace officer, am I right? You're a public relations specialist. You could just as easily work for an energy company or a school district. There's nothing in your background that specifically makes you an expert in police work. Bobby bristled. His fists flexed, and so did his jaw. What about it? You ever picked through a crime scene? I don't mean take a cursory glance and then go find the glare of the camera lights, like a moth to a flame. I mean get blood on your gloved hands. Be careful where you step so you don't smush a piece of brain into the sole of your shoe. Watch an autopsy where they peel back the skin to show you where the bullet or the knife did the damage. You ever do those things? Bobby swallowed. His eyes darted back and forth between Mim and me. The red on his cheeks shifted from a shade of anger to one of embarrassment. You handle the PR, and I'll handle the police work, okay? If you don't like what I have to say, don't ask me to do interviews, okay? This whole thing was your idea, remember? I don't recall Mim or me asking for it. Bobby sniffed. His nose wrinkled, and he curled his lips between his teeth. He pointed a finger at me and then wagged it at both of us. You two had better hope the reporter does you a solid. That's all I'm saying. Otherwise, it'll be your ass in a sling, not mine. I doubt that, I said. Bobby's jaw flexed, and he shouldered past me. As I turned to watch him stomp toward the elevators, the reporter passed us on the street, visible through the glass. She carried the tripod by its handle and had the camera on her shoulder. A backpack bounced on her back. I watched her until she crossed the street to the paid lot where news crews parked for their live shots. Mim put a hand on my shoulder and squeezed, bringing me back into the moment. That was a pretty stupid thing to say, Mim said. She could take that out of context and make you sound like a heartless POS, you know? What does it matter? I asked. It's the truth. And if the truth gets me in trouble, I can live with it. She seemed to consider this. You haven't done many of these, have you? No. I think that was my first. In fact, I thought the reporter's name was Angel. Not sure where I got that from. Mim laughed. Surprise brightened her face. Really? Blanca Cuidado popped your cherry? She really was your angel. That's graphic, and inappropriate, and weird. I don't even know what some of that means. She laughed again. For the first time, she felt like a partner. No judgment, no suspicion, almost friendly. It put me off balance. I expected her to ream me a new one for the way I'd handled the interview. She didn't. It was almost as if she respected me more for it. You'd better get used to doing them, she said. We get a lot of requests, especially the big cases. Sometimes the small ones, too. We'll get to a scene, the PIOs don't make it out, and the gaggle of cameras wait by the tape for one of us to give them the lowdown. I might not be doing any more of them if Bobby has anything to do with it. That's fine by me. She waved a dismissive hand at me. He's harmless. I mean, he'll wait to see what Blanca puts on the air. Maybe he'll call her to... Go to the chief. I never dealt with media relations much, I admitted. Segura did most of the interviews. I got a tall black coffee of the day. It was bitter, like it had been sitting in the stainless carafe for too long. But the caffeine jolt was a good late afternoon pick-me-up. The barista knew Mim by name, spelled it correctly on the side of the cup, gave her a discount. On the way back to the building, we stood at a red light. Rush hour traffic packed the streets. The signals weren't timed properly, so it was a stop-and-go affair through the grid of the downtown streets. While we waited to cross Travis, Mim talked about some television show she was watching. It was a docu-series about conspiracies. I didn't really pay attention. Instead, my focus was on the reporter in the parking lot across from Police HQ on Travis. She was on her cell phone, leaning against a white Ford Explorer. Her legs crossed at the ankles. She spoke with her hands, animated, angry or excited, couldn't tell which. It was getting close to 6 o'clock. She'd be on television soon. There was something about the way the reporter carried herself that seemed familiar. There was a posture or an aura or something unseen that told me she was damaged. She had demons. I hadn't sensed it when I first saw her at Annie's scene. Hadn't caught it during the interview either. Not until she posed that last question, the one barbed with emotion, like I'd drawn blood by telling her dead people didn't feel. The sensation in my gut, the tingling sensation that threatened to overwhelm me more and more frequently, radiated throughout my body like a static charge. The light flipped, and the ticking sound for blind pedestrians signaled us to cross the street. Mem stopped talking to take a sip of her coffee. "Speaking of television," I said, "we should hurry up so we can watch what Blanca says about us." Mem glanced over to the lot, licked her lips. "Good idea. There's a chance, after she does her report, we'll get calls from people who think they know something about the case. Maybe we'll get a tip that solidifies Kosminski as our killer. Which reminds me." "What?" We stopped for a car turning right. The driver failed to yield. Mem offered him a salute with her middle finger. Then she disparaged the driver's mother. We were on the sidewalk in front of HQ when she picked up where she'd left off. "I've been meaning to go back and pull some old cases. There's no way Kosminski decided to start killing women this week. He had to have done it before, at least once, if not more than that. He's been in the city for 2 decades. There has to be more." "Good idea," I said. "The more we can pin on him, the better our numbers look. The happier the chief is, the less important Bobby becomes." I wasn't thinking about Bobby, though, or Kosminski. My thoughts lay with the woman about to do a live shot and tell the city about our work. We watched on a 13-inch flat screen sitting in the front of the room. Mim held an empty coffee cup in her hand. I sipped mine. Both of us leaned against an empty desk and waited for the report. The anchor, a brown-skinned man with short hair and a perfectly knotted double Windsor tie, introduced her. She was the third story in the newscast, after a police chase caught on video and a string of porch thefts caught on video. Everything was caught on video. Everything. It wasn't news, I guess, if it wasn't caught on video. Blanca nodded dutifully as the anchor said her name. The split screen disappeared, and Blanca was front and center. Her name and social media handles flashed across the bottom of the screen in all capital letters. At the top left, an icon read live, and then spun to reveal the station's logo. Blanca delivered her lines with a voice a little lower than I remembered. "Police tell us 2 women, both strangled to death, may be connected in some way. Both were discovered this week in different locations, but there are a lot of similarities in their murders. Still, detectives suggest there is not a serial killer on the loose." Mim gestured to the screen with her cup. "I hate that." "What?" Strangled to death. It's redundant, and I hear it all the time. If someone strangled you, you're dead. It's implicit by definition. If you survived, they choked you. It's not complicated, but reporters always get it wrong. Blanca paused, and the screen showed Annie's bagged body being loaded into the ME's van. The reporter's voice was the soundtrack for the video. "This unidentified woman was found dead in an empty lot between 2 businesses near Hobby Airport. We first reported the crime last night on Action News, but now we have learned her death may be connected to that of a woman whose body was discovered by a jogger earlier this week in Buffalo Bayou." The video showed the bayou and the bridge that crossed over it. But it wasn't from the night of the discovery. No reporters or cameras showed up. This was daytime video. Rain sprinkles pocked the surface of the water. Joggers glided across the bridge in both directions. Remnant yellow crime scene tape flapped against one of the supports in the dull breeze. Mem appeared on screen next. I nudged her. "This case is under investigation. There are things we cannot discuss because it could compromise valuable evidence known only to us and the killer or killers." Mim continued speaking, but her face disappeared from the screen. It was video from the bayou again. We can say she was a Hispanic female in her late teens or early 20s. We've not connected with next of kin, so that's why we're not making her identity public. Blanca's voice returned. A source within the department told Action News both women were prostitutes. Detectives deny they are looking for a serial killer, even though the women may have known each other and died under similar circumstances within days of each other. Then it was my turn. My face appeared on the screen, and my name filled the bottom third in big bold letters. That's a great question, Blanca, but we are not searching for a serial killer. I can assure the people of Houston they need not worry that someone like that is a risk to their safety. Blanca again. That was Detective John Truitt. He is new to homicide, and these are his first cases since joining the division as part of the department's community initiatives, which puts more of an emphasis on solving crimes and getting repeat offenders off the streets. Prior to this assignment, he worked sex crimes. Me again. This time, Mim nudged me. When you're working sex crimes, the victims are survivors. They feel, they hurt, they seek justice. With homicides, the dead person is dead. They're not hurting anymore. They're released from the pains of this world, so it's different. The mission is the same, of course. We want to find and put away the bad guy. We want to put him under the jail, you know? The recorded piece ended, and Blanca was live again on television. She held the mic close to her mouth and spoke with authority. Police say the autopsies for the two women will determine the exact cause of death. They have not named any suspects in either case. Reporting live outside HPD headquarters, Blanca Cuidado, Action News. She stood there, nodded again when the anchor thanked her. Then she was gone, and the anchor chatted with the meteorologist about more rain in the forecast and the possibility of flash floods. That could have been worse, Mim said. I mean, she did you a solid, especially given her background. What do you mean? Mim put the empty cup on the desk and folded her arms. I turned down the volume on the television. I guess you wouldn't know. You haven't dealt with her before. On television, the meteorologist swept his hands across the wall-sized monitors that displayed the animated weather map. Rain totals shifted as he moved through a timeline over the next 48 hours. It looked menacing. I heard you say something about her background when she was putting a mic on you. She brushed it off. I didn't know what you meant. Mim blushed. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have made the cherry-popping joke. Insensitive. Gallows humor, you know. Why? What happened to her? Not her. Her sister and her mother. Both of them were raped and killed. Seriously? How did I not know about this? It was in Louisiana, years ago. Blanca was at school. Came home, found them both. How old was she? Teenager, so I don't know. 10 years ago? How do you know about it? She talked about it at a Crime Crushers luncheon. We had a table. She was a keynote speaker. You don't go to those luncheons? You live under a rock? I shook my head. Never knew about them, and I live with my wife. Same difference. She smirked. I thought everybody knew about Crime Crushers. I know about Crime Crushers. I didn't know about the luncheons. Never got an invite. And I'm not much for reading the paper, unless it's about a case I'm connected with. That's why she responded the way she did to your comment about dead people not feeling anything. It struck a nerve, I guess. I remember her saying she lived every day with a knot in her gut. She always looked over her shoulder, worried someone might come for her. Did they ever find those responsible? They did. Some computer programmer who'd lost his mind, went off his meds or something. No previous history. Really weird deal. But she said she's in pain? Metaphorically. Said it never goes away. She's tried to kill herself twice. On the screen, the chances of flash flooding looked strong. Just what we needed, more rain. The words echoed in my head. Not in her gut. Tried to kill herself twice. It made sense. She was damaged. She was in pain. Who do you think's tipping her off, giving her the information about our cases? She shrugged. Who knows? Probably Rubenstein. He likes reporters. A bunch of them have his cell. I've overheard him talking to them before, like they were best buds. Funny. My first instinct about the guy was right. I didn't like him or his mustache. So what if he'd helped talk Mim off the ledge regarding my involvement in the crimes? He was useless now anyway. I had everyone convinced Kosminski was the killer. All we had to do was wait on the toxicology. That was all we had to do. All I had to do. Be patient. Let it play itself out. But leaning against the desk next to Mim, it became clear to me I couldn't sit idly by and do the smart thing. I had work to do. I had a woman to set free. Damn the consequences. I checked my watch. We've been at this for 10 hours. Shift's over. Paperwork's pretty much finished. You knocking off? I think so. I ran a contact card on Kosminski. I think I'll start checking in with his associates in the morning, hit up his place. A couple of cousins and an ex-wife are local. I've got addresses. I'll do the rounds. Meet you here around lunch? Sounds good, she said. Remember to watch the 10 o'clock hit. What? Your girl, Blanca Cuidado. She's on again at 10. I nodded. Will she be live out here again? It's safer than the other spots, and with the rain coming, she'll probably be here under the overhang out front. That gave me 4 hours to be back here, watching, waiting, helping someone in pain free themselves of that burden. Chapter 8. Mood Indigo. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I ignored it. Too much to do, too little time. My hands dug through the dresser as I looked for socks. The right pair of socks. I was particular about what I wore inside my shoes. If it was the wrong kind of socks, if they rubbed against my toes a certain way, it would drive me nuts. Since I hadn't done any laundry in 2 weeks, the supply was low. But I fished a pair out, checked the seams, and carried them over to the bed. The crappy mattress sagged under my weight as I slid my feet into the soft cotton. The phone buzzed again, and then it rang. Whoever was texting me got impatient. On the 4th ring, I answered. Where are you? It was Mim. At home? Why? We're up on the rotation, and they want us at a scene on the north side. Can you meet me there? I texted you the address already. I double-knotted my right shoe and cradled the cell in my neck. Why are we up? We're busy with the other cases, right? Vacations, too many killings. There were 4 other shootings today. It's our draw. I sighed. All right. We get overtime? Of course. All we can eat. Like a Chinese buffet. See you there. She hung up, and I checked the address. It was near Garden Oaks, a nice community, just outside the Loop. The Loop was Interstate 610, and it surrounded the city. Houston was big enough that it had 3 loops, concentric circles really, that rippled around the metropolitan area and touched several counties. The interior circle was the Loop. The middle circle was Beltway 8. The outside circle, the largest loop in the country, was called the Grand Parkway. The inner loop was a stretch that ran 40 miles. The Beltway was 88 miles. The Grand Parkway, a staggering 180 miles. The farther out one drove, the more suburban the lifestyle, and the longer the commute. I was never one for suburbia. Too much false hope lay in the manicured lawns, the backyard pools, and the wine-drenched lunches of bored housewives. I put the address into the phone. I'd be there in 20 minutes. I texted Mim and let her know. A heavy sensation weighed on my chest. No release for Blanca Cuidado tonight. Someone else's death had precluded hers from becoming a reality. A knock at my bedroom door startled me as I stood from the bed. A second, more insistent knock irritated me. What? It's me, John. Open the door. I knew it was Stella. Who the hell else could it be? I didn't ever have visitors, and Zenny was too passive-aggressive to confront me directly about anything. What do you want? She huffed and knocked again, redundant and useless, like saying someone was strangled to death. Rather than fight through the door, I unlocked and opened it a crack. She was standing at the opening, her face pressed close, like someone wanting to break in. I need money. Of course you do. Her eyes darted back and forth. She bit her lip. Worry crowded her features. Stella was desperate. No, really, she said. I need cash. Venmo won't do it. Her desperation, the panic surfing on the edge of her words, intrigued me. But I didn't bite, not yet. Why? I gave you some already, remember? You lied about the water bill? I pretended like you didn't, and This is serious. I could really use your help. Please. I need you. And I can't tell Zenny. Stella hadn't said the word please in years. She hadn't told me she needed me in I don't know how long. It was likely the words were a ploy, a manipulation, but they worked. I opened the door wide enough for her to come into my bedroom. She squeezed through without a formal invitation and sat on the edge of my crappy bed. Her hands worked the thin fabric of the polyester comforter, and one knee bounced. She chewed the inside of her cheek, worked it like a piece of gum. I closed the door and walked a few steps back to her. Standing there, not sure what to do with my hands, I decided to sit next to her, close. When I did, Stella didn't react. She didn't move. Then the tears spilled from her eyes. I'm pregnant, she said. Pregnant? How? She faced me, and condescension emerged from behind the fear. Seriously, John? What I meant to say is, how are you pregnant when your lover's another woman? I mean, I know I'm not the father. Hell, I can't even have kids. She inhaled a ragged breath and sighed. I'm not sure. There were 1,000 questions that spun through my mind. I couldn't muster the ability to ask a single one of them. My confusion must have been obvious, because she put her hand on mine. She squeezed it. This was the most affection Stella had offered in recent memory, long before Zenny entered the picture. I've been going out, she said. A lot. You know Zenny works nights? I didn't know she worked at all. She does. Anyhow, I got bored, sitting at home waiting for her. So I started going out. One thing led to another, and I began going home with men. Men? I wanted to make sure she'd used the plural. One was bad enough. I thought the reason she gave up on our marriage was because she liked women. Apparently, that wasn't the case. Stella just didn't like me. Yet she'd continued to use me. Men, she said. A lot of them. A lot of them. And I guess I wasn't careful. Not as careful as I should have been. Does Zenny know? She shook her head. Her chin trembled. No. She has no idea about the men, and no idea that I'm pregnant. I can't tell her. She'd lose it. She'd leave me. And the truth is, I love her, John. More than I've ever loved anyone. I know she can be rough sometimes. It's just her way, but I love her. The words dripped acid and stung. Again, she read my expression. I didn't mean it like that, John. I'm just... I pulled my hand from hers. It's fine. What do you need? How much? 1,000. Dollars? Of course, dollars. I don't know. Please, John. If you ever loved me, you'll do this for me. I can't have this baby. I can't bring it into the world. You and I talked about that countless times, remember? You would say the worst thing a human can do is put the burdens of this world onto the shoulders of a child. You called it cruel and unusual punishment. Yeah, I remember. But you didn't feel that way. You wanted kids. What's changed? Zenny, I love her. I don't want to hurt her. And if we had kids, I would want the baby to be ours, you know? Something the two of us decided together, not some random hookup that got me this way. Anger swelled. I felt it radiate out toward my hands. I wanted more than anything to wrap them around her throat and squeeze. I wanted to watch her face turn purple and her eyes bulge. The fantasy flashed in front of me, the thrilling minutes playing out as if on the television in the living room. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill her, even if it meant sparing the young life inside her from the darkness of this place, even if it meant saving $1,000. You owe me, I said. Without looking at her, I went to the dresser. My hands trembled as I worked the key and pulled open the top drawer, keeping my body between the contents and her. From the roll, I peeled off 500s, 450s, and 1520s. Then I closed the drawer and locked it again. I stood arm's length from her. Here, take it. Stella pushed herself from the bed. The mattress creaked, and she padded her way to me. I avoided eye contact as she took the folded bills from my hand. She walked from the room, but paused with her hand on the doorknob. It was incredible to me, her devotion to Zenny. I'd never laid a hand on Stella. I'd treated her like a queen. It wasn't enough. She'd chosen an abuser. Nice guys finish last. Isn't that what they say? Thank you, John. This was real decent of you. You're a good man. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. Good man? That was a laugh, especially coming from her. Deep down, though, if I was honest with myself, I wanted it to be true, especially coming from her. Miles Davis played So What as I pulled up to the scene. I hadn't really heard the music the entire 20-minute drive. My mind reeled from the interaction with Stella. She'd played me. I knew she had, but I was okay with it. Any connection with her, however one-sided, was worth it. Sure, I was fatalistic about everything. To me, hope was a fallacy. It was a construct to give people a reason to live, like heaven or the lottery. All of them offered the idea of something they'd achieve if they tried. You can't win if you don't play, right? At least that was the idea. But for some reason, Stella made me want to believe in something. That's not to say I did, because I didn't. But the sentiment was there, for some reason. The Chrysler rattled when I turned off the ignition. Mim was at the tape, waiting. "Took you long enough," she said. "I expected you 10 minutes ago." "Wife problems." She lifted the tape and an eyebrow. "Oh? Everything okay?" "Depends on your definition. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about the case." We were in front of an older, one-story house, surrounded by newer 2- and 3-story houses. It was a ranch, probably built in the 60s or 70s. This was a neighborhood going through its latest gentrification. It squeezed out longtime homeowners in favor of younger, wealthier couples looking for a shorter commute into the city. Whoever owned this house hadn't sold out yet. Mim led me up the walk. Red and blue lights strobed on the home's brick facade. The front door was open. The interior lights were on. The place was abuzz with activity. "Body's still here," she said. "Emmy hasn't arrived. They're overworked like we are. We were lucky to get forensics out here as fast as we did. I thought it might be another hour." We stepped across the threshold, and the air changed. That happened at murder scenes. Something about death had an effect on the immediate surroundings. The kind of thing that could make the hair stand up on the back of my neck, which happened. But it wasn't because of some vague sense about the place. It was the odor, the blood. If there was enough of it, blood carried a scent. It changed the chemistry of a place. And it was an odd metallic odor that was impossible to forget or mistake for anything else. "Yeah," Mim said, as if she'd read my mind. "It's a messy one. Bodies are through here. More than one? 3. Looks like a murder-suicide. At least that's the initial thought. It was a traditional floor plan. No open concept like the newer models. This house had a living room on the left and a dining room on the right. The kitchen was at the back of the house on one side. 3 bedrooms and a single bath occupied the other half. Most homicides were between or among people who knew each other. Friends, family, estranged friends and family. It was far more likely someone died at the hands of a killer they knew than a stranger. It was especially true in murder-suicides. I think I read a stat once that reported 3 in 4 murder-suicides involved an intimate partner. The victim was almost always a woman. At the kitchen, we turned left into a hallway. A uniformed cop squeezed past us, walking in the opposite direction. The look in his eyes was that of someone who hadn't seen a lot of blood. It's hard to take the first time, even the second. Flashes strobed from inside a bedroom at the end of the hall. All the activity led there. Mim stopped at the door and gestured for me to enter. I've already seen it. A woman's body was face down on the bed. A sheet tangled around her legs, like a vine crawling up a trellis. Her hair covered her features. She was barefoot with a pair of black yoga pants and a spandex athletic top. Whoever invented yoga pants was brilliant. Every female on the planet between the ages of 8 and 80 seemed to own a pair for every day of the week. The wound wasn't apparent at first, but the blood-soaked pillow under her head and the splatter on the quilted fabric headboard indicated it was a headshot. Her left arm draped over the side of the bed. Drops of blood dripped like water from a faucet and puddled on the floor. She wore a large diamond on her finger. I stepped past the photographer and studied the position of her body. Focused on her, I hadn't taken in the scene yet, just her. He moved her body after he killed her, I said. That seems obvious from the blood splatter on the headboard and the wall. I pointed with a gloved finger and gestured to the spray. Then I squatted next to her and looked at her face. From behind the curtain of bottle blonde hair, her mouth was open. Her eyes were closed. He closed her eyes. Didn't want her to watch him do himself. Or maybe the kid? Mim was beside me. She'd snuck up on me. The kid? Other bedroom, she said. We can't be sure who he did first, but just guessing it was her. Would make sense. If he killed the kid first, she'd hear it, might fight back. There's no indication of a struggle here. No, I said, but she's got mascara running down her cheeks. I'm thinking she cried. She knew what was coming. Mim nodded. Possible. I stood and walked around the bed. The man was on the floor. He sat against the side of the bed, gun beside him on the bloody floor. His head lolled forward. He'd put the gun in his mouth. The back of his head bore the evidence, or what was left of it. Drops of blood dotted the screen of a smartphone between his legs. Coward. I stared at the blank expression on his face, the dull cloud of his distant stare. Where's the kid? Mim was at the foot of the bed, hands on her hips. In the other room. It's bad. It was always bad with kids. Always. I touched my jacket pocket and felt the bottle of pills through the fabric. They called my name. But I'd taken twice my usual dosage already today, so another pop would have been debilitating. She motioned into the hallway, and I held up a hand. Hang on, I want to get a good look at the scene, take some mental notes. Worst thing we can do is assume we know what happened, right? Mim chuckled. You read that in a training manual? No, it just makes sense. If we make assumptions, we get it wrong. But then again, you like assumptions. Hate coincidence, love assumptions. Her brow furrowed. Anger flashed in her eyes. Or maybe it was disappointment? Hurt? I didn't know her well enough to read her expressions with certainty. Not sure I wanted to know her either. That's not fair, she said. We already moved past that, didn't we? We're friends now. I bought you breakfast and an overpriced coffee. Mim tried an apologetic smile. Partner? I ignored her as I scanned the room. It looked every bit the murder-suicide. No evidence of forced entry? None, she said. How'd we find them? Who reported it? Mim jutted her chin at the dead man. He called 911. From that cell, probably. We haven't bagged it yet, so can't be sure. Told the operator he did something horrible but necessary and needed police to come. Horrible but necessary. Maybe the guy wasn't a coward after all. Was he a hero? Doing the work others couldn't or wouldn't do? Was the darkness so black in this house there was no other option but to free his child and wife? Assuming she was his wife. We know who they are? I asked. Married, that sort of thing? I sent one of the uniforms to talk to the looky-loos outside. Next-door neighbor. Didn't hear the shots, but said the couple had one kid. Her description of them matches the deceased. Husband and wife, lived here about 15 years. Had the kid 7 or 8 years ago. Let's see the kid. She led me from the primary bedroom to the one adjacent to it. The room was smaller and obviously a child's room. The shutters were drawn. A nightlight glowed from an outlet next to the race car bed. The light from the ceiling fan at the center of the ceiling overpowered the nightlight. The child was tucked in bed. A pillow covered the face. Blood soaked through and stained the light blue a darker shade of maroon. I didn't want to see anymore. Didn't need to see it. I muttered, "Kid's probably better off." What? I ignored Mim and turned to leave. No need to prolong the misery in this space. She put a hand on my arm. Truett, what did you say? I blinked, stared at her. I said the kid's probably better off. She shook her head. Why would you say that? I shrugged. It's true. Something was bad in this house. Rotten. Can't you smell it? That's the blood. The death. No, Mim, I said. It's more than that. This was a bad place. The kid's better off. She let go of my arm, and I left the room. I needed air. Truett, she said, wait up. I didn't stop for her. Instead, she trailed behind me along the hallway into the foyer and out the front door into the humid night. The dense Houston air was heavy in my lungs. I smelled the rain, the ozone that tickled the nostrils before a storm. I remembered the meteorologist on television hours earlier. Flash flood warning, heavy storms, all that. Coming tonight, like we needed it. I checked my watch and noticed it was a few minutes before 10. The news would be on, and Blanca Cuidado would be talking about me. I rubbed the thin sheen of sweat from my forehead when Mim interrupted my train of thought. Are you okay? Fine. Why? What do you care? Truett, she said. I'm confused. I really thought we were past my craziness. We'd reached an uneasy peace, you know, but now you seem angry with me. Blue and red lights strobed on her face, across her body. It gave her a cartoonish appearance. I suppressed a laugh at the absurdity of how she looked and what she'd said. Not everything is about you, Mim. Truth was, I didn't want to be here. I had other things to do. And against the backdrop of it was the hard truth. My wife was a whore. She was every bit like the women I worked to free from their chains. At least most of them got paid for it. She gave it up for the cost of a mojito or Call Brand margarita. Maybe less during happy hour. She told me she liked women. That was why it was over between us. That was what she'd said, and I believed her. I wanted to believe her. Because the reality was, being rejected in favor of a woman, meaning I never really had a chance at making her happy, was more palatable than knowing I was the problem. It wasn't just one man, though. She'd screwed enough of them she couldn't identify the father of her baby. The thing of it was, She came to me to bail her out. The gall. Me. The spurned lover who still paid her rent and footed her bills, who suffered the insults and late-night sessions in the bedroom next door. The walls were paper thin, and I swore Zenny was loud on purpose, extraordinarily loud. Stella came to me and wanted help, and I helped her. I gave her the cash to save her relationship with a woman who relished tearing off my balls every chance she got. I hated myself for it. But when you love someone, what are you supposed to do? How should I have reacted? Told her to go screw herself? Told her to have the baby? Neither of those reactions would have done any good. They would have created more drama. Stella would have blamed me. She would have found some other way to get the abortion, and I would have been the bad guy. I looked over my shoulder and back at the house. From what kind of dysfunction had the killer inside saved his family? What steely resolve had he relied upon to pull the trigger not once, but 3 times? I put myself in his position. I didn't have the guts. He was a better man than I. He wouldn't have given Stella a red cent. Instead, he would have ended it, put her out of her misery, strangled the darkness from her and the life growing inside her. "Truett," Mim asked, "are you listening to me?" I sucked in a chestful of the humid air and exhaled. "What?" "I said I was sorry, okay?" "Okay," I said. "We need to split up. You want scene or witnesses?" "I guess scene. You had it with Marianne. We can swap. I already started that process with the uniform, so that'll make it a little easier on you. That work for you?" "That's fine." I walked over the yellow tape separating this yard from the one next door. 2 men stood, as if bellied up to the bar. They had their arms folded across their chests, cell phones in their hands. Surprisingly, they didn't appear to be recording anything. One wore a Lyle Lovett t-shirt, sweatpants, and flip-flops. The other was in a terry cloth robe a size too small and a decade too old. They looked about the same age, but one fared better than the other. Both eyed me warily as I approached. "I'm Detective John Druitt, Houston Police. How are you tonight?" The one in the robe frowned. "How do you think we are? No way to get any good sleep tonight with this going on." He gestured to the scene behind me, as if it were my fault. His breath smelled sweet, like whiskey. Cheap whiskey. "I'm sorry about the inconvenience, but since we're all here, how about I ask you two a couple of questions?" Robe man shook his head. "I don't want to get involved." I smiled. "If you don't want to get involved, why are you standing at the edge of my crime scene? What's your name, sir?" The other man chuckled. He aimed a thumb at Robe Man and then at himself. "This is Joe Green. I'm Mark Peoples. We both live on the street. I'm right here. Joe's across the street." Joe shot a nasty glare at Mark. "Thanks, Mark. Real neighborly of you." Mark rolled his eyes. Joe needs his beauty sleep. I like him. He's a fine neighbor, but don't let him fool you. He's in everybody's business." I pulled out a notepad and pencil from my breast pocket and started taking notes. "Is that so?" Joe swallowed hard. He wavered a bit, unsteady on his feet. "I'm a concerned citizen, but that doesn't mean I have anything to offer here." "Let me decide what's useful and what's not. Even the most insignificant thing might help, okay? I appreciate anything you're willing to share. What can you tell me about the family who lived here?" Mark gestured at me, but looked at Joe. "Go on, tell him." Joe sighed. He tugged on his robe, trying to pull it tight across his gut. "The Stones," he said. "Sally and Stephen. Child was Sasha." I transcribed the names, but eyed Joe. "Sally and Stephen Stone?" "Yes," Joe said. "They got here before we did. Mark and I both bought dozers and built new. I held up a hand. "Dozers?" Joe's brow twitched, as if it was ridiculous I didn't understand the vernacular. Yes, he said. A house you buy with the intent of bulldozing it. The land here's far more valuable than the older, smaller homes. Most people got out when the getting was good. Not the Stones, they stayed. I'm sure it was a struggle, though. Why's that? Taxes, Mark said. Every time one of us built a newer, much more expensive home, that raised the value of the Stones' property. Isn't that a good thing? I asked. The answer was no, I knew that, but I wanted to hear their take. Mark shrugged. Only if you plan to sell. Otherwise, it just means higher taxes every time they reassess, 10% a year. Sometimes, if they mess up, they'll come back at you and retroactively raise it too. Joe leaned in, telling a secret. I think that's what happened to the Stones. I heard Steve complaining to another neighbor about the damn taxes. He was furious about the assessment. And he told me personally he fought it every year. Went down to the appraisal district in person and tried to make a case. He always lost. Except for the year after Hurricane Harvey, Mark said. They kept it level that year. I wrote in shorthand. So they had money trouble? Joe opened his mouth, closed it again, then said, Are they all dead? That's what I overheard. They're all dead. Do we have anything to worry about? I thought you didn't want to get involved. Even in the relative dark, the flush on Joe's face was obvious. He pursed his lips. I'm just asking if we have to worry about a killer on the loose. Was it a murder-suicide? Mark asked. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his sweatpants. You like Lyle Lovett? I asked. It seemed to catch both of them off guard. Then Mark looked down at his shirt. Yeah, he said. He's an Aggie, I'm an Aggie. Seen him in concert a bunch. Great musician. You like him? His big band stuff. The music that leans toward jazz. It's good. Rhythmic. Nice lyrics. He tells a story. Mark smiled. He does. I remember hearing She's No Lady for the first time. I laughed my ass off. You married, Mark? Yep, 2 kids. That's my house. He thumbed over his shoulder. Joe? No, he said. Used to be. A couple of times. 3, actually. I'm not the married type. Too much give and take. I'm not that flexible. I looked up from the notepad. You don't say. Either of you have surveillance cameras, doorbell cameras, that sort of thing? I do, Mark said, but they're not aimed at the Stones' house. Joe offered, I have one that catches the curb in front of their house, but nothing else. Could I take a look? If it's not too much trouble. Joe hesitated, shrugged, relented. If you think it'll help, okay. But you didn't say what happened. Is there a killer out there? Can I get your cell phone numbers? That way I can reach you if I need something later. Both men gave me their numbers. I gave them mine. I've got a few more people to chat up, I said. Then I'll come knock on your door. If you wouldn't mind pulling up the videos, so... Joe held up his phone. I've got it right here. I mean, the camera detects motion, so I get a clip sent to the cloud every time a car passes my house. It's both helpful and annoying. I can relate, I said. The jab was lost on Joe. He held up his phone to his face and unlocked the device. A few taps and swipes, and he had video playing on his screen. What time are you looking for? He asked. I sighed. Good question. Anything in the last 5 hours. His thumb swiped up, and thumbnails scrolled along the display. 5 hours, huh? I've got like 50 different clips. Can you text them to me, or email? You have an iPhone? Yeah. I'll airdrop them. It'll take no time. His fingers danced on the screen like a millennial, and in a moment my phone buzzed. I pulled it from my pocket, and there was a prompt to accept 48 items from Jose Phone. I lifted an eyebrow. Jose Phone? It's a combination of Joseph and phone. I thought it was clever. I waved the phone like a dog treat and thanked him. Got it. You've both been helpful. 2 steps from them, Joe called after me. Hey, Detective Druitt? I stopped and checked over my shoulder. Yeah? You never said. Is there a killer on the loose? There always is, I said, and paused. The men both turned 3 shades of white. Then I let them off the hook. But in this case, I think you're fine. Nothing to worry about. Thanks again for the help. Then I saw her, 10 feet from me. Breaking news. Blanca Cuidado, ready for her close-up. Chapter 9. Designing by Moonlight. I remember my first patrol sergeant, a good guy named Wills. He taught me a lot about being a cop, about the never-ending fight between good and evil, how we were the thin blue line that divided the two. We had to dip our toes in the evil to protect the good. The key, he said, was to always remember the difference between the two. And the farther out you waded, the harder it was to keep your head above the water. The harder it was to see the light. I think I had been on the job 3 weeks, 4 maybe, and I pulled over a guy in Midtown for rolling through a stop sign. White guy, decent car, no plan to give him a hard time. Wanted the experience of a stop. My plan was to give the guy a written warning and let him go. He drove a couple of blocks before he pulled over. When he did, I ran the plates, did the standard check. At first, nothing came back, so I did the dance up to the driver's side. He was real calm, hands on the wheel, insurance card and license in his hand. He smiled at me, asked what he did wrong, said he wasn't speeding, but then said he'd been waiting for this day. He knew it was coming. I thought that was weird, but whatever. Told him what was up, asked for his paperwork, and said I'd be right back. All good, no big deal. Guy was polite and patient. But when I got back to my car, I see the name on the license, and the insurance isn't the same as the one that came up for the car. Then I noticed the license plate number I'd put in the system was wrong. I mistook a 0 for an O. I re-ran the plate, and a laundry list of crimes popped up on the screen in my unit. He was a wanted felon who jumped bail a year earlier and was wanted for 2 more homicides since his disappearance. Before I crapped my pants, I called for backup, notified the sergeant, went beyond all the procedures they'd taught us in the academy. Crazy thing about it, the guy never resisted. In fact, when the major offender squad showed up to help, the guy was asleep behind the wheel. He took a nap. The next day, the sergeant called me into his office. He told me what a great job I did, and he wanted to put me up for a commendation. I thanked him, but told him I'd gotten lucky. I was in the right place at the right time. And thankfully, my initial error didn't cost me my life. The sergeant put his big hand on my shoulder and squeezed. He looked me in the eye like a proud father and said, "Rookie, I would rather be lucky than good any day. Any day. And the truth of it is, good cops have good luck. Always remember that. If you're doing good, you'll have good luck." I was always luckier than I was good, no doubt. But seeing the reporter, Blanca Cuidado, standing feet from me, was about as lucky as I'd ever been. The sensation in my core hummed. My pulse accelerated, and I worked to control my breathing. Mim sidled up next to me. "Breaking news," she said. "They'll ditch whatever they've worked on all day just to be able to flash that breaking news graphic and have a reporter live at the scene." "Is that how it works?" I asked. "Really, Druitt?" she asked. "How long have you been a cop? You've never done an interview, and you don't expect reporters to show up at a double murder-suicide in a nice neighborhood?" She looked at me like I had a third eye. It was a cross between bewilderment and suspicion, like the third eye was somehow my fault. Truth was, I understood how the news worked. I watched it on my phone all the time. All of the local stations had streaming newscasts on their apps. Though I didn't subscribe to their alerts, I paid attention to what was going on. I especially paid attention to the weather. That mattered more than any criminal trend or political shift. The weather influenced everything, and lately, it had wreaked havoc. If the rains hadn't been worse than forecast, Mary Ann would still be tied under the water where I'd left her. Now the forecast called for flash floods and intense storms. I hoped the meteorologists were overcompensating for missing the mark earlier in the week. Mim punched my arm. "Druid? Earth to Druid, I'm talking to you." Apparently I'd missed whatever it was she droned on about. Sorry, I was thinking about the scene, playing over the interviews in my mind. "I asked you if you want to take the reporters or if you want me to do it." Blanca wasn't alone. A photographer was with her. I hadn't noticed him before, but he was there. He stood behind the tripod-mounted camera. Another crew from the competition was pressed close to them, against the tape that stretched between two live oaks on the easement between the sidewalk and the street. A third television crew scrambled to set up. "Did you call the PIO?" I asked. "Isn't this the sort of thing they'd handle?" "I called," she said. "They're sending someone, but told us we could give the initial statement so the reporters have something for 10 o'clock. "I'll do it," I said. "How are WIT interviews going?" "Seems like they had some financial issues. At least that's the gossip. They complained about the taxes going up. You ever heard of a dozer?" Mim furrowed her brow. "A bulldozer?" "No, a dozer, like a house." Her eyes widened with recognition. "Oh, that, yeah. Like a house that's less valuable than the land it's on." I'm the only one who didn't know that. "You do live under a rock." She checked her watch. "It's close to 10. You might want to feed the animals." "I'll stick to the basics. Won't confirm a murder-suicide, but I'll tell them we're not looking for a killer at this time. That work? They draw their own conclusions?" "I'm good with it." The reporters clustered at the tape. A uniformed officer stood with them, making sure they didn't try anything funny. Two of the reporters, including Blanca, worked to make eye contact with me. I could almost smell the desperation. They needed info for their live shots. "All right," I said, and stuffed my hands into my pockets. I trudged across the yard to the gaggle of cameras, and their lights brightened. They aimed them at me. The reporters crowded together and stuck out their mics. "Hello, everyone," I said. "I'm Detective John Druid and—" "Spell it, please," one of the reporters interrupted. I couldn't see his face because of the lights. "D-R-U-I-T-T. I'm with HPD Homicide. I'll give you a brief statement so you have something for your newscasts. It won't be much. Media Relations will be here shortly, and they'll handle the follow-ups. You ready?" The reporters said yes. One photographer asked for a second. I gave it to him. "We responded to the scene after receiving a 911 call from a resident inside the house," I said. He was distraught. "We arrived to find 3 individuals deceased inside the home. An adult male, an adult female, and a child. At this point, we're not searching for any suspects. We are conducting interviews with neighbors and anyone who may have seen or heard anything. Our investigation is ongoing, and we hope to update you shortly." Blanca lobbed the first question. "How did they die?" "The autopsy will determine cause of death." "Is there any evidence of a handgun?" "I can't comment on that," I said. "The deaths are still under investigation." Another reporter followed up. "Was the child a boy or a girl?" I didn't know the answer. Sasha could be a boy's or girl's name, and I hadn't looked under the pillow. The room did have a race car bed, but that didn't necessarily mean the child was a boy. "Yes," I said. The reporter stood there, dumbfounded for a beat. Then, "Which is it?" "I believe the child was a boy, but I cannot confirm that. I haven't seen the body." "How old?" I can't say. Blanca again. The city has seen an increasing murder rate for the last 4 years. This week alone, 7 homicides, not including tonight. To what do you attribute the department's inability to get a handle on violent crime? That was above my pay grade. I offered a smile that said I didn't like the question, but I took a stab at it. We're doing everything we can to make the city as safe as possible. Every day we get up and do our best to rid the world of the darkness that seems relentless. I agree there's too much violent crime. And it's not just murders. It's carjackings, aggravated robberies, sexual assaults. You're right. But I can assure you, our chief has the right strategy to stem the tide. Thanks, guys. Media...
Hello.
Hi, where are you?
Out and about. Why?
Are you still doing CPAT setups?
No, I'm heading home. Why?
Can you come get me on the way?
Way out of my way. Why?
I want to go to Hobby Lobby with you.
Well, we will tomorrow. I'll pick you up after church.
Oh, but I have plans tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Going to Hobby Lobby with me.
No, besides Hobby Lobby.
Oh, you'll survive.
No, come on.
We'll get it all in.
Fine.
Okay.
Love you.
Yeah. Sucker.
Yeah, that's me. Why'd you say that?
I'll see you tomorrow, bud.
Alright, bye.
Bye-bye.
strategy to stem the tide. Thanks, guys. Media relations will answer any follow-ups. I waved at them, caught Blanca's eye for a brief moment, and walked away from the glare. The reporters disassembled their scrum and readied for the live shots. Mim waited for me at the entrance to the home. I'm finished inside for now, waiting for the CSUs to finish their work. Not a lot of room inside. Is the kid a boy or a girl? Boy, why? I figured, but wasn't sure. The reporters asked. I overheard your little stump speech there. I was worried about it until you gave the chief credit at the end. For not being used to the cameras, you seem to come up with some doozies. It's like you're a natural soundbite machine. Thanks. You're welcome, she said. It was a compliment. You think we need to canvass? I know you talked to the 2 neighbors over there. The uniform gave me his notes on the 2 people he interviewed. A husband and wife who live 2 houses down. The next-door neighbor on his side is out of town. Mim handed me a notebook. I opened it and squinted at the scrawl. It was legible enough. Anything stand out? She shrugged. I mean, we need to wait for the GPR on the husband's hand. Other than that, I think we're good. I know you didn't want to jump to conclusions or make assumptions, but this is pretty cut and dry, Druid. Yeah, I said. Seems like it. We can canvass tomorrow. No need to do it in the dark and bother the neighbors. Nobody heard anything. And I've got a bunch of surveillance video to check. I held up my phone and wiggled it. Neighbor's camera. Good get, she said. We can follow up with employers and associates tomorrow. Sound good? I'll head back and start the paperwork, I said. Her face brightened. Really? Does that mean I can go home? Sure, I said. But you'll owe me another breakfast. Deal, she said. I'll finish up inside and see you in the morning. I think I may hit Kosminski's place first thing. I said I would do it. His place, some relatives. I don't mind. Gives me something to do. I already have a CSU meeting me there. She didn't wait for me to answer. Instead, she patted my shoulder and spun into the house. I watched her disappear around the corner by the kitchen. The first drops of rain hit my shoulders. I looked up, and a drop hit me square in the eye. I flinched and blinked it away. In less than a minute, the rain was steady. A warm shower that only made the air stickier than it was before. The smell of wet grass cleansed the air, and I made my way to the Chrysler. It was exactly 10 o'clock. Time for the news. Once inside the driver's seat, I opened the application for Blanca Station. I didn't typically watch it. I liked the other station. Their meteorologist was more accurate. The app opened, and I tapped the live icon. It buffered for a moment, and then a furniture commercial played. I adjusted the volume and set the phone horizontally on the instrument panel. The commercial ended, and the newscast was already in progress. The same anchor from the earlier newscast delivered the lead story with urgency. Dead in a house in Garden Oaks. We go live to Action News reporter Blanca Cuidado, who just spoke with police about the horrifying discovery. Blanca, what are investigators telling you? She started her report. It was the basics. A quick soundbite with me, only 10 seconds. The lights from the cameras made me look pale, almost dead. The report ended, and I considered my next move. A knock at my window made me jump, and I dropped the phone onto the floorboard. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you, Detective. Blanca Cuidado stood at my car in the rain. She held up her hands in surrender. I rolled down the window. What's up? I just wanted to give you my card. It has my cell on it. Call me anytime. Anything you want to share, or if you have a case that needs a spotlight? I took the card. Thanks. Any chance I could get your cell? She smiled. Rain dripped from her chin, but her makeup was flawless. Too much makeup. But somehow it repelled the rain. I shook my head. Not yet. Let's see how things go. She narrowed her gaze. I promise to use it judiciously. I won't abuse it or share it. Tell you what, I said. If I need you, I'll call. And then you'll have my number. Sound good? I started to roll up the window. She put her hands on the top of the glass. Detective, she said, I really hope you'll call. By the way, is this your car? She stepped back and appraised the Chrysler. It is. Not department issued, is it? No. I think it's older than I am, she said. Is that supposed to make me want to call you with a tip? You insult my car and expect a favor? She laughed and wiped rain from under her eyes. You're funny, and I didn't insult your car. I just said it was old. And when you call me, I'll be the one doing you a favor. Quid pro quo. Okay, Clarice, I said. Her face twisted with confusion. What? I'm Blanca. I know. It was a joke. A movie reference. Oh, she said. Well, think about it. She pulled a pack of cigarettes from her coat pocket and shook out a stick. Got a light? Those things will kill you. I like to live dangerously, she said. I wasn't sure what this was. Teasing? Flirting? Was this part of her job? Whatever it was, I didn't like it. It was bad behavior. I switched the subject and offered a light from the Bic I kept in the center console. It's incredible the things perps reveal after a drag. Too bad so many of them gave up cigarettes in favor of vaping. There's something classic about good old-fashioned cancer sticks. She puckered her cheeks and puffed on the cigarette. Then she twisted her lips to one side and blew smoke into the rain. Menthol. Gross. You're new to homicide, right? We talked about that earlier today, I said. Yes. Right, I know. Dead people don't have feelings. I'm just wondering why. I thought you knew. Part of the community initiative. You like it so far? I studied her as she took another hit off the nicotine stick. This time she held it in her lungs and exhaled twin streams from her nostrils. Look, I said, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings or said something that connected the wrong way. Mim told me about your family. I'm sorry. Her expression changed. She averted her eyes and used her free hand to pluck cat hair from her jacket. She had to swipe at it because the water matted it to the fabric. You didn't kill them, she said, and I get what you mean. No apologies needed. But I saw it in her eyes. She hurt. and her magnanimity was only to get me to play along. She wanted me as a source, obvious. I glanced past her shoulder. "I think your photographer's waiting on you." She leaned on the car and pivoted. She held up a finger to the man standing at the driver's door to the news van. He held out his hands as if to say, "What gives?" "I'd better go," she said, "but give me a ring, okay? I'm trustworthy and I'll be fair." She extended her thumb and pinky and held them to the side of her face, miming a phone call, and walked away. I rolled up my window and fished my phone from the floorboard. I added Blanca's information to my contacts list and dropped the Chrysler into drive. She would see me soon enough. I stood in my room, door locked. Stella was asleep. Zenny wasn't home. I held the metal box in my gloved hand, careful of its sharp edges. One by one, I carefully plucked the trophies from their nest and placed them on the dresser. I counted them out as I did this until I got to 14. That was the last one. 14. Was that how many women I'd freed from bondage? 14? It seemed like more than I remembered, but also not enough. Some of them held their bright colors. Others were faded or chipped. A few were torn. Those were the early ones, before I'd perfected the trick. My body hummed as I looked at them, touched them, rearranged them. It would be hard to part with any of them, but it was necessary. It had to happen. If I was to help more women, to add to my collection of polychromatic tokens, I would have to lose some too. Each of the nails had a name. The name matched the woman or girl to whom they'd once belonged. I slid 2 of them from the counter and into a Ziploc bag. They were named Annie and Marianne. Then, for good measure, I took another one called Wilma. Why not? I replaced the remaining 11 nails in the box and put it back in the drawer. Before I closed it, noise in the apartment caught my attention. I slipped the baggie into my pocket, pulled off the gloves, and opened my door. It was Zenny. She was home. "What do you want?" she asked. She shrugged off her rain jacket, a cheap windbreaker, and hung it on a coat rack next to the door. I'd never understood why we had a coat rack in Houston, but maybe the rain was the reason. "Nothing," I said. "I heard noise and didn't know you were home. Working late?" Zenny ran her hands through her hair and shook the water from her fingers onto the floor. She untucked her shirt and crossed the room toward the kitchen. "Yeah," she said. "DoorDash." I closed my door and followed her into the kitchen. "When did you start delivering food?" She tugged open the refrigerator and bent over to look inside. The hummingbird tattoo at the small of her back peeked out from between her shirt and pants. "I don't know," she said. "3 weeks ago?" Zenny stood, slapped the door closed, and uncapped a bottled beer. She took a long pull and belched. Classy. "Do you like it?" She shrugged. "It's fine. The tips are crap. Would you believe like half the people don't tip? They think the delivery fee's enough. I had one dude ask me tonight if the tip was included in the price." Another pull. Her throat worked up and down. "What did you say?" She licked her lips. "I told him no. I said tips were not included, but they're always welcome. I was super nice to the dude. He just looked at me, nodded, and closed the door in my face. That's too bad." She gestured with the beer. "What are you doing dressed up? You going out this late?" I checked my watch. It was close to midnight. "Yeah, some work to do. Big case or something?" Zenny said it with a biting sarcasm I swear she could have trademarked. She took another drink from the beer and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Another belch. What did Stella see in her? And why was she so afraid of losing her? "Something like that," I said. "See you later." She toasted me with the near-empty bottle, and I left her in the kitchen. It struck me as I left the apartment. how powerful I'd felt standing there with her. The woman had no idea the betrayal her betrothed had wrought. The promise rings they wore meant nothing, at least not to Stella. I'd watched her drink the beer, dismiss my work, complain about hers, and I almost felt sorry for her. Pity replaced resentment and disdain. I didn't like her, and truth was, a part of me relished her ignorance of the truth. Zenny always condescended. She treated me like she'd won a game I didn't know I was playing. But here, the tables were turned. I had the power. Over both of them, really. I could destroy Zenny's trust in Stella the same way Stella had destroyed my trust in her. And that was the irony of it all. Stella had trusted me to keep her secret. Of all people, she'd trusted me. 10 minutes after I left the apartment, I exited the loop and cruised to the dulcet tones of Dorothy Dandridge, singing a duet mashup of Ain't Misbehavin' and Harlem on Parade, with Satchmo on the horn. My phone sat on my lap, and the GPS app told me where to turn. The voice edged above the music. The wipers whined across the windshield in rhythm. In 200 feet, turn right, and your destination will be on the left. I followed the directions and eased onto the street. One-story houses on weedy dirt lots and cordoned off from one another by chain-link fences on both sides of the oak-lined drive. A lone streetlight flickered at the far end of the street, illuminating a pair of trucks parked parallel to the curb. Not really the neighborhood I expected. I thought someone with disposable income would live in a better place. But I'd learned before coming, the house had been passed down from a dead grandmother. A free house is a free house, no matter how much money you have. The address was easy to find, and when I checked the online property records to get an idea as to whether anyone else might live there, or if there were back taxes, I got a much better idea of what I was walking into. This was a last-minute play, and any number of things could go wrong. The house I sought was dark, no exterior lights. One car in the short driveway under the metal-roofed carport that extended from the right of the house as a poorly constructed addition. I checked the plate and compared it to the information I had in my phone. It matched. I drove past it and parked 3 houses down on the opposite side of the street. Sure, there was a chance a security camera might pick up the Chrysler, but it would only matter if someone canvassed for it. And if I could help it, I wouldn't give anyone a reason to look. The car grumbled as I flipped the keys in the ignition, leaving Lewis in the lurch as he started to sing his part of the duet. I regretted missing the song. Something else would be on the radio when I got back, and it wouldn't be as classic as this. Business was business, though. Sacrifices were necessary. The rain had given way to a fine mist hanging in the air. It was cool on my face as I scanned my surroundings. A reflection of the flickering streetlight danced in the ripples of puddled rainwater on the street. No other movement. No dogs. No birds. In the distance, a siren wailed. Ambulance. And as I stood still, the late-night traffic on the loop whooshed past. Convinced I was alone and unseen, I slid on a new pair of gloves and walked, hopped the gutter, and navigated the root-ravaged sidewalk to the house. The chain gate was closed, but not locked. I lifted the latch and the gate and pulled it open enough to move through the opening. The driveway was slick, and I almost lost my footing. But I kept my balance and moved through the carport and into the backyard. As soon as I turned the corner, I found a door leading into the kitchen and tapped the flashlight on my phone. A sweep of my surroundings found nothing at first, but a second scan spotted a loose brick at the edge of the patio. Underneath the brick, I found a plastic bag wrapped in a rubber band. Inside the bag was a set of keys. One of them opened the back door, and I was inside. The strong odor of grease hit my nostrils as soon as I entered. The man liked to cook more than he enjoyed cleaning. Dirty pots sat in one side of a worn cast-iron sink. Dishes and utensils filled the other. A fly buzzed past my ear and lit on a dish caked with something brown or red. Hard to tell in the dark. The smell of grease gave way to ammonia. It was strong, and I spotted a litter box in one corner of the room. The linoleum on the floor made a sticky sound with each step, and I worried about leaving prints. But again, that would only matter if someone felt the need to dust the place, and that wouldn't happen. I passed the oval oak dining table and the 6 chairs planted around it. Each had a cushion.